welcome back to Istanbul for the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix event here. We've seen the pairs competition be decided and we look ahead to the women's free skate. I'm Mark Henretti and I'll be joined to commentate remotely from his home in Vancouver by the brilliant Ted Barton, and we eagerly anticipate the decider of the women's free skate. It's no surprise after the short programme to see Korean and Japanese skaters taking the top 4 spots. But will Ami Nakai be the first skater on the series this year to book her spot at the Junior Grand Prix final in Beijing? So join us to watch both Ami and 34 other competitors try to achieve their personal best here in Istanbul. And there again, further sights of what is an incredible city steeped in history, so much culture, so many phenomenal landmarks throughout the city. Now home to the skaters competing in this, the third stop on the ISU's Junior Grand Prix Series. And hopefully,
and we take a look at those cruise. And we take a look at those cruise ships in the background. That boy, what a beautiful city to visit in any which way you can, of course. But you're stuck in the arena here most of the time. You didn't get to see much, but still a wonderful part of the world to visit.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to see a little bit tomorrow, if possible, as we see the starting lineup for this junior women's free skate. And there, the order that continues towards the final competitors, with Yujae Kim vying to try and replicate the success that her twin sister has had already on the Junior Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, no pressure will be on at home, that's for sure. But that'll be fun. That's always an interesting internal families when you have the kids skating at the same level and maybe not even in the same sport. We have this pair skater, of course, and her sister is Olympian in swimming. So there's, just amazing some of the families, what they have to go through and the commitment that they have to give. You mentioned that several times as we take a look at the officials for this event, and the commitment by mom and dad and brothers and sisters and all the family for the pursuit of excellence in this sport or any endeavor indeed, as we take a look at the technical panel.
Yeah, could do with doing a bit of a test to see how many of the competitors have a sibling in the sport. Be an interesting case study. We've got 35 women. Of those that have siblings, I wonder how many of them are also skaters as well. It does consume so much of life. If you're going to compete at this level, then skating needs to become certainly a multiple-time sport every week, and hard to manage that with others, different sports for different siblings.
No question. And as we've mentioned every time when we come into the first few groups of this event, the 35 skaters here, we will see distinctly different levels. The first 3 groups or so will have different skating skills than the last few groups. And so, but the goal of each one of these skaters is to improve their competition and gain experience, as we look at a nice double flip, double Saoyod from the skater from Thailand. And I think that it's important to keep in perspective, each skater is at a different stage of development. It's not the same case in seniors. Pretty much when you get to the Senior Grand Prix, they're all at a very, very high standard. And of course, somebody will win and somebody will be in the bottom spot. But the difference is far less than you would see here at the juniors. So this is about development.
And bearing in mind that these are all, humans experience right now, every one of these 35 women is experiencing possibly a core memory and certainly something that will be remembered for life. Whatever the outcome, 35th or 1st, this is a memory for life. It will never pale in comparison to other life experiences. It's just so monumentous to be representing your nation in Istanbul, Turkey.
Interesting. It would be an interesting study to do for those coaches and officials. At what level were they as skaters? Like, okay, we've seen some high-profile coaches that are here that we know are Olympians, but not all of them, for sure. There's very few of them. So when you take a look at who exceeds as a coach, did they exceed as a skater, or the same thing as an official? So that would be an interesting study that no one will do, but it would be interesting.
I was listening to a podcast this morning, and the chap was doing a case study on breathwork, and he said that for him to get the stats that he wanted, he had to fund a study at Stanford University, and he said he had to self-fund the study. So maybe you have to self-fund these studies, Ted. I'll get out and put out a questionnaire to every coach participant.
I nominate you.
Okay.
So, yeah, in your spare time, Mark. Now that you have dancing on ice is coming up soon. When do you first start your rehearsals? When does that happen?
Well, that's going to coincide a little bit with the Senior Grand Prix. So hopefully I'll be doubling up duties of coaching a celebrity skater midweek and then watching elite skating at the weekends from my garage studio at home. So
talk about a range of participation in the sport. You're doing that from a sort of a famous perspective in the professional on televisions, skating on or dancing on ice, and then you're doing commentary, and then you're doing coaching. Boy, you have a whole range of experiences in the sport.
Yeah, and I'm so very blessed and lucky, and that's what I hope that some of these skaters will go on to have. I'm really, really fortunate that there are lots of different avenues that I can enjoy as part of being a skating fan. I am ultimately just a big skating fan. I love skating, and so to get to experience it in different ways and forms. What I must say, which is comical, is that when I work with the celebrity skaters on Dancing on Ice who are complete novices, and for them a double twizzle is like getting an Olympic gold medal. Then when I go to commentate on a Senior Grand Prix that weekend, I need to have a little bit of a reality check and not get too overexcited about skaters that can do mohawks with speed and flow, because I've just been working with celebs.
The voice goes high and you're all, wow, look at that. Oh, yeah. You just came out of it's hilarious. I think it's so interesting when you have told me some of the stories of the celebrities and there's celebrities not just in movie industries. We take a look at some of the Canadian skaters in the stands cheering their skaters on. They're not celebrities as far as movie stars and things like that, but they're business celebrities as well. Is that correct?
And what's been fascinating for me is working with musicians, working with politicians, working with sports people, Olympic medalists in other sports, and that's quite common that we get Olympic medalists from other sports, and yet they all remark upon how incredibly challenging our sport is and how multifaceted our sport is. And I suppose anybody's going to find a new discipline more challenging than perhaps an Olympian who's done their sport from a very tender age. But it's great to see the respect that our sport gets from other sports people from other disciplines, and I think that only serves to reaffirm how hard it is.
All people should try our sport to see how difficult it is. Do you know who you're skating with? Quickly, do you know who you're skating with yet?
No, not yet. I have my fingers crossed.
You probably do, and you can't tell us. Just say.
No, genuinely.
Okay, I get it. Okay, here
I'll
we
tell
go.
you off camera.
Okay, good. The beginning of 35 women in the free program in Istanbul. Week number 3 on the Junior Grand Prix. We'll start with 16-year-old Valeska Martina Ona from Ecuador. And isn't that great to have a skater from Ecuador in the competition? And she'll skate the final piece to the red violin.
Congratulations to Ecuadorian Valeska Martina Ona who starts the women's free skate. And I think, Ted, that I'm pretty confident will be a satisfactory skate for Valeska, managing most of the content that was in our planned program content sheet.
Yeah, what I liked, Mark, is she was very calm and organized throughout this program. Wasn't, afraid or coming on the ice, oh my gosh, I got to skate first. And was really organized, and you could see systematically went through the program. There's the double sow, double toe at the beginning, nicely done. Stretch free leg, good strong back, axe a little bit later, and just organized and working at her speed. There's a double loop. Of course, there's not a lot of momentum to get up into the double flip. That's okay. A little bit later, double lutz, single toe, and beautiful camel spin. Great extension above the hip. There's the change of edge there, and good speed as well. So certainly was trained and prepared for this competition here in Istanbul. Did a wonderful job. Nicely done.
And I think I said it in this short program, Ted, for Valeska, she is just such a skating fan. Watching her social media, you can see this is a young woman who adores skating. And so for her to come here and celebrate that with the challenges of being against some of the best juniors in the world who have much more exposure to better training environments and a nation that supports the sport more than I'm sure she receives in Ecuador, total respect to her, opening here and looking like she's relishing the experience with a smile on her face and a kiss and cry.
Yeah, and not timid. It was really, as I mentioned, prepared to execute what she's capable of doing, and she did. So this is, I would hope that she's very pleased with that skate. I see a big smile and the kiss and cry, and seems to be quite satisfied with the experience, and so she should be. And hopefully goes back home and shares the excitement with other skaters in Ecuador and gets them to have a vision towards this, to coming to the Junior Grand Prix, getting started, and inspire a next generation or her current generation of skaters in Ecuador.
Completely. And then, the challenge also, I'm sure, for Valeska is that she will, I'm sure, be comparatively much stronger than the others that she trains with. So she and herself has to be so self-motivated, and now the experience here will give her something to reference when she goes back to training, so that even if she's surrounded by skaters that aren't as strong as she is, she's got a visual for what more is possible from herself.
Yeah, and it'd be really interesting to actually interview her and say, so how was this experience? What are your thoughts now versus when you came here? And what do you want to do when you go back home? And how can you inspire other skaters around you? So maybe one time we'll have an opportunity to speak to her. So a wonderful job. Congratulations. We'll take a look at the free program scores. First skater out in the event. And always with the challenges under rotation, takes a little bit longer for the technical panel. 34.07 for Valeska. The first skater in the competition, 52.57 for a total competition score. Our next competitor comes from Thailand, 14-year-old Benyapa Saoyod. First Junior Grand Prix event, 31st after the short program. And she'll need a 27.60 to take the lead.
And Benyapa Saoyod completes her free skate for the 14-year-old.
What a nice job.
Yeah.
You know, a beautiful double axel to open the program, nice double lutz. The mechanics of the double jumps that are being worked on or being delivered are excellent. You know, now it's going to be getting confidence and gaining speed as we take a look. Double Sauerkow. Had to fight for that landing. And there's the double lutz. Good, no problem. Here's the double axel. This might be the second one, I'm not sure. Watch the arms go back. You want to carry that flow a little bit more, not so scratchy on that back edge. Gets the double axel done. Gets the free leg back. Good. Well done. For this stage of the development, this is very good. And so happy to see these young skaters delivering what they're capable of and walking away with a good feeling and then desire to get better. Good speed on this. It's been really nice.
Coming away with the positive that motivates you to return to the training ring rather than the feeling of, oh, I've got to have redemption. You know, this can be a real positively framed experience to push forward beyond.
Yeah, or losing enjoyment, losing confidence is because you're not doing well and you don't know why. You try harder, but it gets worse. And then is a sport for me, that type of spiraling down, if you will. You want to get motivated and say, okay, I did this, but I want to do that. Let's get back to work.
Yeah.
And I think that's what will happen in the first few skaters that we've seen here. And I love that because this sport needs to grow worldwide. We can only get so big audiences in so many countries. We need to globalize. We see that happening, and I'm thrilled about it personally.
And, you know, confirmation, we were obviously in Bangkok 2 weeks ago, and we saw 3 women's competitors from Thailand, and, you know, Benyapa, a fourth. It's not like she's repeating her second Grand Prix assignment. She's another young woman from Thailand, and her scores, I think, will be comparable with the likes of Supatsara Atawibun and Christabel Chang. They were the 2 of the competitors in Thailand who were getting 47 and 54, so that showcases competition, and I think competition is so valuable as they push forwards together.
Totally is. Absolutely. Well, out of the 11 elements, there were 6 reviews, so it takes a little bit of time. You'll know that the judging, the technical panel will work a little quicker as we move on. There's just under rotations and little things that need to be looked at with the earlier groups, but here we go with the scores for 46.89. That's first in the free program for Benyapa, with a 71.87 total score for the competition. Good work. Nicely done. Back home. Continue to improve. Looking forward to see you next time. Our next competitor comes from Ireland. Sophia Tkacheva, 17 years old, third junior Grand Prix season, 33rd after the short program. Needs a 50 to take the lead. Personal best score 49.07 2 years ago on the Junior Grand Prix. Skating to a medley from Romeo and Juliet.
Ireland's Sophia Tkacheva just managed to try and squeak in the change foot combination spin at the end of her program. And Ted, it was interesting to see she had a long wait seemingly for the start of the music for Sophia, and you could see the shaking with nerves, which is so understandable, and she appeared to just settle in with each passing element. She appeared to settle a little bit more.
Yeah, I looked at her bio, just 4 hours a week in the high season in Belfast to train. I mean, that is not a lot, so it's very difficult to come into these competitions. And you're right, I saw the eyes sort of shifting around, waiting for the music to come. And that's always a little nerve-wracking, because what do? Do you stop? Do you go? Do you wait? You know, and she did wait and finally got going. Had a couple of challenges, of course, but we saw some nice elements, nice double loop, double sow jump combination, but off the top of the program, that double axel over-rotated, had the upper body turn too soon. The same thing in the triple sow cow, 2 foot under-rotated or downgraded landing. There's double Lutz, double toe. That was better. Double loop with the hands above the head. Euler, double sow cow worked out nicely. Nina Bauer. A little bit of a slip getting up out of that slide. Ireland or the bun? Right?
I don't know if that's something to do with the hairpiece or Ireland or what, but
yeah,
nice, she's
not sure.
Sending a message to somebody. And I think Sophia's got fairly strong double jump technique and certainly potential to go make it triples, but whatever she's doing, she looks happy.
That's the most important. If you're not enjoying it, it's a challenge. It's a little awkward. They're looking at themselves, looking at themselves, right? Waiting for the scores to pop up. You know, where do you look? 49.35 for Sophia. That is first in the free program. With a competition score of 71.23. That'll put Sophia Tkacheva from Ireland currently into second place. Close. Our next competitor comes from Mexico, Fatima Gomez Sandoval, 32nd after the short program, 16 years old. Need a 47.68 to take the lead.
Fatima Gomez Sandoval from Mexico. And Ted, I so enjoyed her short program. Completely different stylization for the free skate, and a skater that looks so comfortable expressing, performing, and I think that she will have a strong show career if she chooses to do that beyond her competitive days.
No question. She loves the stage and likes to be out there, loves the music, loves the choreography, and really has the joy for skating. And that's what it's about. Some people get the joy of skating doing the jumps, some people get the spins, but those that have the performance, it's always more enjoyable for the audience, no question. You can see the wrapped free leg. It just slows the rotation down, and for doubles it's not such a major issue. You can still get around, but for moving towards a double axel and triples, those legs have to be very tight. The ankles and feet have to be tucked together in order to streamline your body to rotate faster. But for this level with doubles, it's okay.
And you know, you almost sense that she's so invested here. This is just brilliant. Look at that facial expression and sharpness. She's so invested in her choreo that I'm sure she recognizes that her rotational position could improve, but she's in this more for the chance to perform, so I almost don't think she's too bothered.
Hey. Oh, I think so. I agree. If I was a dance partner looking for a partner for dance, boy, I would be going, you know, she probably loves single skating and doesn't want to dance. That's fair. But I'd be looking at her and say, wow, for performance? Whew,
yes.
it's awesome. But, you know, you have to love the discipline you're in no matter what level you're at, because it's your life. It's your enjoyment. 48.33. That's second in the free program. Total competition score, 72.53. And she'll move into first place. Jana Kukovska, 18 years old, third Junior Grand Prix season, 34th after the short program. 40.74, her personal best. She'll need a 51.09 to take the lead. She'll skate to Icarus.
Jana Kukovska from Macedonia completes her free skate, and I saw Jana just before in the break between the pairs free and this women's free, and you could see that this was a skater who felt under pressure, and that's completely understandable. There is, you know, a self-imposed pressure, and that's something to be worked through as well.
Yeah, when you have, you know, internal desire, whatever that might be, get a little nervous coming in, pops the axle off the top. There's the double Lutz, good. Euler, hang on. Double Salchow works through that combination nicely. And the double flip, that was good. Double toe loop. And a little tight, you can see just, you know, not absorbing the landings in the knees a bit, and a little bit off center, but she's fighting her way through the program, not giving in. Double Salchow. And, you know, if you're just a little bit nervous and you're wanting to skate as clean as you can, you don't relax. You tense up, right? So it's just getting the confidence to be able to feel comfortable and then relax and let the momentum of that's what skating does. It's a steel blade on ice. You have momentum. Use that. Work with it, right? So, but there's some great successes in that program, and now you can see you're more relieved being in the kiss and cry now.
Yeah, and great to see that glorious smile that she had, and the support obviously from her coach too. So good to know that she's got, you know, good support network behind her to embrace the experience, and also good just to see her coming back. Third season, I think, on the Junior Grand Prix. Obviously relishing the chance to represent Macedonia, not a skating nation that we see regularly or repeatedly at international skating events.
No, but I think in a way it's really interesting to be sort of a pioneer for your country, to, you know, take your flag and go and compete in a sport that is not well known. You starting something and maybe others will follow, and maybe it's later on in life you realize that what you had done contributed to something good that happened in your country, but you never know at the moment.
She's a pioneer.
They inspire people. The 6 elements were under review. 39.47 for Jana. That's fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 60.92. And that'll put Jana into fourth place. Well, group number 2 starting their 6-minute warm-up. Mark, do you have anything brilliant to say?
Well, a couple of important things to say, maybe. I mean, yeah, I think maybe.
Okay.
I think you'll agree that it has the potential to be brilliant. Just important important for us to acknowledge, Ted. I was just about to text you to forewarn you of what I was going to mention. Just, you know, we have this amazing YouTube streaming service, and it's so fantastic for skaters around the globe and fans around the globe to tune into what's happening, to see the development, as you so wonderfully acknowledged, Ted, of up-and-coming skating nations, of up-and-coming skaters, of people, you know, elite young humans pushing themselves on an international stage. And on YouTube, there's a chat box, and so people are able to offer their opinions and suggestions. And and I'm sure I speak for us both, Ted, would like to take this opportunity just to acknowledge that we do see the comments that some people make, and whilst it's glorious to see the positivity and support, some people choose to use that as a forum to spread some negativity and hostility towards the skaters. And I think we really passionately believe that that doesn't serve anybody, not least of all the person that chooses to be that keyboard warrior. So I get a bit hot and bothered right now talking about it, Ted, but we see you, we don't like what you want to put, and so we urge you to have a bit more compassion, go have some cake, and come back with a bit more jollity. Thank you.
Yeah, have some cake. Yeah, no, the easiest thing in life is to be negative and angry and point fingers, because it's not going at you, it's going at other people. That the outgoing's easy, the incoming's hard. Yeah. And so if you have ever been in that position, you know, think about the people that would read that. But if you don't care, and you're a person who doesn't care about other people, then you don't care. There's nothing we can do about it, Mark. You know, that people are like that. How unfortunate for them. But, you know, we salute and support and promote these skaters no matter where they come from. And you know what? They're on the ice. You're not. So I don't know. I can't think that negative way. I'm not that type of person. And there are unfortunately people in the world that do think like that, and that's what makes the world pretty much up and down. But whatever, hey, freedom of speech to a certain degree. So we encourage you to be more positive. But what can we do?
There is the concept of freedom of speech, and we're in a sport where people have opinions, and opinions, we're open to opinion. But there are ways in which it's not what you say; it's how you say it sometimes.
Well, yeah, opinions are fine. That's not a problem. But intentionally to be mean and to be hurtful, that doesn't make sense. That you're hiding in a room somewhere doing that. How easy is that? Yeah. So you give your opinion. I think that's fair game, and everybody. That's what they like about the sport, and they may like this and not like that. That's okay. Just give your opinion, but don't be mean. You don't need to. Unnecessary. Yeah. But anyways, hey, that's just my opinion. So
But how fortunate that you and I, Ted, are on entirely the same page. It'd be really awkward if you and I were different in our philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That could make for a long day.
No. There's a difference. I've been at the World Championship as a skater. You've been at the European Championship as a skater. You understand what it takes for these skaters to do what they do. The people that probably are writing those things have never been at that level. They'll never understand it. So what can you do? So we are obviously more empathetic and understanding of the process and the challenges that these young people go through.
And I suppose, my experiences we've talked about of when I first did Europeans, first ISU championships, was of negative commentary from the actual commentator. And so, that impacted me so much. And obviously that was, on air, this person that's speaking, and that impacted so much on me. And so we just don't want to let any of these skaters see anything but support for them and for them moving forward as young people.
Yeah, and it's not, and we're telling the truth. A challenging skate, a level of that they have at the time, being open or being honest with that at where they're at, and if they're doing doubles, and if they have 3 or 4 falls, they have 3 or 4 falls. We tell them that. We just don't have to be mean about it, right? And be supportive. So I don't get how people be the other way, but there's different people around the world. So what can you do?
And I suppose equally,
we're not going to be that way.
No, we ain't going to be that way. Equally, we, when we commentate senior events and see some of the best in the world, we can still, even though, there's no doubt that the best seniors that I've had the pleasure to commentate on are far better skaters than I am, I can still find areas of improvement. We can still find, potential improvement for all, from this level right to the world's, Olympic medalists. So everybody's got scope for improvement, but yeah.
Well, we are video analysis. I think there's very few people that watch as much video as I do, because I'm constantly on it. So, and so you take a look at professional sport. They actually have employees that they hire to analyze their competitor or the team they got to play next. And so they're doing a video analysis. And so that's essentially, to some degree, is what we do here, the video analysis in support of those skaters as they move forward. So that's what we've always done on the Junior Grand Prix. We'll continue to do. So, okay, that finishes that topic. What else you got there, Mark?
The next news is the kind of unfortunate news to hear that Arabella Steer-Watkins, the British entry, she's unfortunately had to withdraw. She suffered a really bad fall before the short program and injured her groin, and she valiantly battled through the short program, and now that makes sense. I didn't actually know the information before the short, and she really struggled through the short program, but now that kind of makes sense of the challenges that she had there. And she woke up this morning, and her mum and her coach has just messaged to say that she tried to go to practice this morning, but unfortunately it was just she just wasn't able to skate. So
okay, well, we wish her the very best in recovery. Now we completely understand. It's gallant if you try when you're injured, and sometimes you have to do it, and sometimes you want to do it, but it does affect, obviously, your abilities, and we wish you the very best in your recovery. Well, there is Karen Kwan, sister of Olympic champion Michelle Kwan, coaching. Herself was a brilliant skater. Our next competitor, 17-year-old Katherine Ong Pui Kuan from Malaysia, needs 39.57 to take the lead. Season's best in the free program, 66.35. She circles the ice to take her starting position. She'll skate the free program to victory by 2 steps from hell.
Katherine Ong Pui Kuan. And, you know, Ted, we've seen this young lady compete now, and we recognize her potential. We saw in Bangkok a triple Lutz. This is a skater who has technical prowess. She has soft knee action, so the skating skills are good too, but just looks like since Bangkok that she maybe hasn't had the training time and doesn't feel over her skate, and she valiantly rotated a triple Lutz and a triple loop that doesn't look like it's been comfortable for a while, so credit where the attack was.
You can do the element, but you may not have the element. Having the element is you produce it 80-90% of the time. Doing it, you might do it 30 or 40% of the time. And you can see that she really struggled off the top of this program, popped a number of the jumps right there at the Saoyod. Really, really struggled. But turn that triple Lutz, you can see the mechanics of the takeoff are there. And same thing, the triple flip attempt popped into single. And then the triple loop looked really good in the air. Feet got stuck, didn't get out. So this was really a poor skate for her. She's not a poor skater. She's a good skater, good jumper. She could do it. You can see the mechanics, but didn't do it today. And so when that mind, and we talked about the sort of the 2 or 3 or 10 people in your head that are speaking to you, and you start popping elements, and then you say, okay, well, you know, you start to panic. A couple of them start to panic, and then some are trying to get organized. And all of a sudden, the music just keeps on going. So it gets it spirals down into a real challenging program, which is what we saw here today. But the skater is good. They have the skills. They didn't deliver it today. This will be a lesson learned. No question, in my mind at least, that this young woman will improve next time by a lot, because that's uncomfortable to skate a program like that when you have that skill. It's there. Just to learning how to compete and deliver it under competition is not easy. 54.29, and that puts Katherine for the moment in first place in the free program with an 87.26.
Great support from the coach.
Yeah. Our next competitor comes from Lithuania, 16-year-old Meda Variakojyte, second junior Grand Prix season. 83.05 is her personal best. She's 25th after the short program. She'll just need a 53.90, so certainly within her capabilities. And she'll skate the free program to Bangkok.
Well, talk about a way in which a skater can face adversity head on. A single flip, single toe loop combination in the short program for Meda has forced her to come back with a 6 triples clean free skate. So she will be beyond satisfied, comparable to what she felt when she came off after the short program.
Absolutely a delightful skater. Elegant movement, lovely movement, smooth, but a little bit slow, but that's okay. That'll come in time. Soft knees on the landings. The movement and the music phrasing were on throughout the program, which made it just beautiful to watch. Look at the back, wonderful posture, use of arms. And this is, take a look at some of the technique. It's turns in the air really nicely. Double axel, triple toe loop right off the top of the program. Soft on the landings. There's the triple Lutz, Euler, and the triple Salchow unfortunately over-rotates a little bit. Triple flip a little bit later, but this is really a highly skilled skater. And you're right, had a problem in the short program, which was costly, but we saw the skill here today.
And it was good that that fall in the Euler triple Sal didn't then put her in a brain space. She looked like that wasn't going to deter her at all. She was on a bit of a mission today and, you know, really tackled everything head on.
And she did. I mean, beautiful. And she's just sitting there, kiss and cry, proud and you know, happy to have done that program, but looking forward to get a clean skate in the short and the free and say, okay, now where do I stand up with the world's best juniors? Because I think she would stand up quite nicely. Certainly not at the top, but a lot closer than what she was in the short program. We'll see what this free program score takes her. 83.05 is her personal best. She'll beat that today.
And then I think when the skater goes out and gives a nearly clean, obviously there was that fall, a nearly clean skate, then that serves as the benchmark. Right, okay, if that's me, you know, nearly at my best, you know, where am I able to see the gaps and the components still in the four, so the skating skill still deemed, you know, adrift from the other. So hopefully then that'll be the feedback that she needs to move forward.
Yeah, for sure. And that's that speed thing. It's not only speed, of course, but, you know, she's just timid going into the elements. Elements are beautiful. Arm movements are beautiful. Musicality, beautiful. But it is timid and a little bit held back. And when she starts to really push that out and let the momentum do a lot of work for her, that's going to be a different skater. Already very good. Free program score, 87.14. That is first, the free program. Total competition score, 120.51, and Meda moves into first place, at least at this stage of the competition. Nice job. Nice skater. More to come from her, I'm sure. Our next competitor comes from Bosnia. Oh, sorry, warm up. See, I never know. I'm not paying attention.
No. It's actually, it's Arabella, so this is the skater.
Oh, you have to wait. Yes. It's a withdrawal, yeah. No, that I knew, but I was going right away, and I know that they probably called her name 3 times, I think. So, not sure how that works.
Her mum has just messaged me. She'd never had to withdraw before, and her mum's explained actually that the skater that's forced to withdraw has even competed with a 41-degree temperature before. She's so tough, and it just, you know, shows how difficult it is for her to have had to withdraw, but didn't know that the official withdrawal had to happen so early for this to, you know, consequently the ISU rules state that obviously now we have to go through this procedure.
Yes, we've had that happen actually, I believe, in Linz as well, where they did not receive the official withdrawal and therefore had to wait, announce the name, I think, once, and wait a period of time. I'm not sure how long that time is. As we see Wieland making sure the procedures are followed.
Mm-hmm.
There has been a case where a skater just sort of ran on, you know, at the last second. Nobody knew where they were, and so they do have to wait that period of time if they have not received an official withdrawal.
So we can just choose to use this time to send our very best wishes to Arabella and sincerest hopes that she recovers quickly and we can see her again later in the season.
Absolutely. And the next skater skating a little bit earlier than they might have anticipated, but there's lots of time here. It allows them to get a feeling for the ice and not feel rushed with the withdrawal of a skater.
Great for us to get an insight. Oh, Whelan just saying, you're welcome to utilize the ice time, but great to see the warmth and compassion shown from the coach. So the camera angle allows us to see totally behind his charge.
Yeah, nicely done. Good work. Our next competitor comes from Bosnia-Herzegovina. 15-year-old Lana Galijasevic, 28th at the European Youth Festival in 2023. 45.30 personal best in the free program that was last season on the Junior Grand Prix.
Lana Galijasevic representing Bosnia and Herzegovina, and seen this young skater compete a few times now, and I just think she has such a long, gorgeous neckline, and she's very open and honest in her delivery. Not obviously the technical content that others have, but committed to the delivery of her own skate.
Yeah, wonderful stature and presence on the ice, and skates within her capabilities. You know, there's a little wrap in the free leg, of course, but for doubles, as I mentioned earlier, that's okay. You can see slow free leg coming out, but for doubles, not a big deal. Losing her balance a little bit, but saving it in that sit spin. We look at the double flip, stretches the free leg back, and little things to work on in the toes and keeping it back nice and straight. But this was a good skate for her overall. And I love when skaters skate within their abilities to maximize the list of elements that they want to accomplish, and I think she did most of that here in a very classy way.
Yeah, classy is a good word. I think that, you know, gorgeous posture, nice long neckline, and hopefully being here, she may have seen the others, you know, doing the off-ice training drills, the jump rotation exercises off the ice in the concourse, working on rotational position, and hopefully she'll have been able to, alongside her coach, amass some tips and tricks that she can take, not just to implement on the ice, but to perhaps implement off the ice to facilitate a rotational position that will serve her to increase the technical value of the program.
Well, it's true, and you know, in most of the top skating nations, they have programs where the kids and machines where the kids learn. First thing they learn, even before they do too much skating, is how to rotate, how to spin, how to get that tight position, and it's kind of fun. They get on a little spinner and they go around, because if you're not comfortable in that tight position, then it's very difficult to achieve it. You need that skill for triples and quads, most certainly. 51.07, that is third for Lana in the free program with a total competition score of 76.52. And that'll put Lana, for at least for the moment, overall into third place. There is a look, your top 5 skaters so far in the competition. Well, you can guess where our next competitor comes from. There she is. Right here, born in Istanbul. Selin Akbulut, 16 years old, 7 after the short program. It must be so encouraging to hear those screams, and also a little nerve-wracking as well.
Selin Akbulut just looking a little confused at the end, but hopefully she will have been aware of the incredible support that we could almost feel. We're underneath those bands. You could almost feel and certainly sense the support that was so warmly given to her here.
Well, I love this skater. This young woman is on a mission. She's a focused warrior, no fear, or at least no visible fear. She was just completely focused. And yeah, there's some rotations. We have actually 6 elements that are being reviewed. That's okay. But this was not a timid skater. This was a confident skater at a certain stage of development. I'm not quite sure. Maybe the music finished before, or we're guessing. And there might be something on the ice. What's your thought there, Mark?
I'm not quite sure. It did seem odd a little bit at the music towards the tail end, but I think hopefully whatever has happened towards the end won't cloud what was otherwise, you know, a great skate for the skater. And like, I don't think you get that kind of reaction often, you know, from a home crowd. That's really something very, very special.
No, but I think she's special. I think she inspires others just by her absolute commitment and confidence. And, you know, wow, I'm just impressed with the skater. Now, lots of work to do, no question, and we'll see how far she can go. But is she a competitor? Absolutely. Here is the double axel, top of the program, missed the landing on that. There is the triple loop, of course. That's going to be downgraded. Okay, that's fine. Mechanics are okay in the takeoff. That also will be downgraded. So lots of points will be lost on the landings of these jumps. Those are the rules. But are you trying to turn them? Yes. Are you standing up on them? Yes. You just need a little bit tighter, a little bit quicker in the air to get all the way around. That'll come in time.
And yeah, you could see there's a glimmer of a smile there, but she had some energy and commitment through the choreo sequence. And Nelia Akbulut is registered as coach. I assume that's a relation. And so what a special family moment. It's quite amazing, Ted, that the support given for the home skaters, it really, really is incredible.
Free program score, 59.86. That's second in the free program for Selin with a 91.79. That'll put Selin currently into second place overall for the moment. Now that's just all the downgrades. I mean, if you take a look, if you don't know those downgrades, you say, well, that was a really good skate. Just losing a lot of points in the landings. That'll be fixed up, and most certainly, at least in some of those jumps, by the next competition. Our next competitor represents Moldova, 16-year-old Maria Gribinczyk, European Youth Olympic Festival competitor. 52.77, her personal best in the free program.
A few things that bring me, more pleasure than seeing somebody so emotive and joyful. I think that she's really satisfied with what was delivered for Maria Gribanic from Moldova.
Yeah, she really has an aspect of elegance on the ice and this passion for movement connected to the music. A lot of skaters skate their program as given choreography and music plays at the same time. If they hit a beat, they hit a beat. But some really listen to it and try, and then some are moved by it. Yeah. And I think the skater is more connected to the beat that we've seen. So great job. Good speed on that triple Stecco. You can see it's downgraded. That's okay. The mechanics are there. That's the stage of development. Great lift on the double axel. Good with the arms back and the free leg. Watch again. Arms back. Free leg snap up into the air. Nice. This has to step out of it. A little bit on a lean on the landing. The double Lutz. Single axel. Double loop. So some good jump technique. Needs a little bit more height and quickness to turn all those into triples, but love her patience with the choreography and her connection with the music.
Yeah, and I think significant improvement again. Last year she competed at Czech Skate in Ostrava and she had a 52.77 in her free skate at that event. Here, to me, this a marked improvement on that, and more than that, the landing of the last jump, the double lutz. After that, you could see a sense of release and emotional, relief. And now again, you get that impression as she's in the kiss and cry with her coach, Christiana Di Natale.
Yeah, you can see she loves to skate. I mean, this was an enjoyable performance for her. Big smile and the kiss and cry for not only how well she did, but I think just for the experience that she felt.
Sitting up straight in the kiss and cry. And also, Ted, in this short program, she was downgraded on the double axel, downgraded on the triple Stecco, which I think again happened here. But the first axle, no doubt clean. So that in itself also, further confirmation that progress is being made, and then that will be applied to the Stecco, hopefully for the next event to be fully rotated to.
Yeah, and the second axle was just under-rotated. It wasn't downgraded, so that's good. Under-rotated. So let's take a look at the scores. Again, 52.77 was her personal best from last season. The score is 10 points higher, 62.02, and nod of approval by Maria. Job well done. That puts her second in the free program with a total competition score of 89.43, as she takes over third place at this stage in the competition. Nice work. Good job. As we take a look at the standings after the first two groups, there are 4 more to come. This is our first ice resurfacing. And as we go to a break, what is on the menu for the videos, Mark?
So if you haven't already seen it, you must stay tuned to watch the lovely video with the star of the video, Kimi Ripon, the Swiss skater who was so brilliant last season, and a video and an insight into the relationship with her sister, who doubles up as her coach. And then staying with the kind of family theme, we have the Mic'd Up series with Philippa Tyler-Green, who's godmother to the students that she had when we mic'd her up last season. And then finally, we get to see the interview with Ami Nakai after her win on the first stage of this year's Junior Grand Prix series. And we'll see her compete later on today.
Should be fun. We hope you enjoy it. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, my name is Kimi Repond and this is my sister Xiaomi. She's also my coach. We're here today in Tokyo at the World Championships and we will bring you a little bit behind the scenes before a competition. My sister has been training me since 8 years now. We have an amazing relationship on and off the ice. And I am super grateful that I can share all of my experiences with her and go to big competitions with her.
I think this one, because we have to go straight.
There's the body shop. Solid. I don't think like I would be able to do all this without her. Also, like, of course, the skating part, like being here as my coach and supporting me. We're at the Lululemon shop.
It's also my dream to visit Lululemon. I think there's no shop in my hometown, so every time I see one, I also want to go to Lululemon. But mostly it's me who buys something.
She bought some things from Lululemon. I helped her choose, and we bought like t-shirts and some.
Hey, you're here, you're at your first Junior Grand Prix, so happy. And what's the main thing? Enjoy it. Enjoy it, yeah. It's all you got to do, okay? You've got nothing to prove. All right? You were dreaming of this last year, okay? And now you're here, so just go out and enjoy every single moment you're out there, okay? Yes. Okay. Yeah? You've worked so hard, so keep moving, yeah? Just try and keep moving. Just enjoy every single moment you're out there. Oh! Do this. Okay. Don't rush when you're out there, okay? Everything we've done in practice, that's all you've got to do. This is the best part. You just need to, like I keep saying, enjoy it, okay? Lucky mascot. Yeah. Please come to every competition. Jump, 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 jump. Go for it. Just make sure, like we were talking about this morning on practice, just that bit after the pull through with the leg extension, make sure you're bringing your legs up at the same time, okay? Yeah? Don't rush, yeah? Twizzles. Frizzles, yeah. How you feeling? Good. Perfect, okay? If you skate like that, okay? Enjoy it. Do you want to just do one more thing? We've got time. Do whatever you feel you need to. Amazing, okay? How many times will you run through this programme? Yeah. Okay. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Okay, you've worked so hard, like I keep saying, okay? You've done the programme 1,000 times. Well, feels like 1,000 times, okay? You did it! Don't hurt yourself now. Here, I've got your guards. Oh, we forgot Hedwig. You did it! Karen, all that hard work's paid off, hasn't it? Whatever happens, I couldn't have asked any more from you guys, okay? Hey everyone! Diane, Candy, hello. Matthew, Daniel, Phoebe. Oh my God! Why are you getting upset? Look at that! Oh, you're making me cry. See, it's Hedwig. I can't believe it. So happy. And that wasn't your normal either. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys. You just don't know how much I am. They're crazy.
Here in Bangkok with the champion, the women's champion in the week one of the Junior Grand Prix, Ami Nakai from Japan, of course, Coach Nakata as well along with her. I wanted to ask Ami how she felt about her performance overall today.
そうですね、フリーでは冒頭のトリプルアクセルパンクしてしまったので、次のジュニアグランプリでは着氷できるように頑張りたいです。
I was watching the practices all day today, and she had difficulty with the triple axel during the practice, but it didn't bother her the rest of the way throughout the program. How did she get over that first disappointment in the triple axel?
失敗しても次から気持ちを切り返す気持ちを一から作り直したので、それが良かったのかなって思います。
Ami, you're such a beautiful skater and you have a really bright future, and it was amazing to keep your focus throughout that program. What are you going to work on between now and the next Junior Grand Prix?
トリプルアクセルの安定感ともっといい表現ができるように頑張りたいです。
Well, you're a wonderful skater. So much enjoyment you bring to the fans, and we love watching you skate. Congratulations on your win here. And what competition will you be going to now?
3戦目のトルコの試合です。
So we'll see you in Istanbul. The champion here in Bangkok, Ami Nakai of Japan, takes the title.
We return for the final 4 groups in the women's free skate at this Junior Grand Prix figure skating in Istanbul 2023. We've seen a stellar performance already from Lithuania's Meda Variakojyte, and we look forward to seeing continuing advancing standards as we head towards the latter stages of the competition.
As you said, Mark, I think we'll start to see skaters with a little bit more depth of edge, a little bit faster entries into the elements, some more difficult elements as well as we enter the last 4 groups. What was your intel research during the ice resurfacing? Any breaking news?
Well, I mean, obviously our breaks are so short, and it's interesting. I'm always anxious about getting back to be ready for the the next group, but it's nice to be able to go and chat to some of the skaters. And I saw the Ecuadorian skater Valeska, and I'm just so glad to be able to congratulate her. And not that my voice speaks for anything, but just to be able to let the skaters know that they are seen, that they are heard, that they are valued and respected. And I mean, as I say, I don't not feeling my own importance, but it was just nice for me to be able to say Valeska, who she was walking up the stairs, didn't know that I'd seen her, and you could sense, she felt heard and seen and recognized, and that's what we want. We want to celebrate them, and we want to encourage them, because we recognize how hard it is. And then that was one experience, and then there were a couple of other coaches that come up and just said thank you to yourself and myself, Ted, just for being the voice for them. And I said, we want to acknowledge the hard work that the coaches do too, because we're only too aware that the coaches have all taken time off, paid work, to be here to support their students. And whilst they want to be here, they have to think of the repercussions of that. I've seen some skaters that are in back-to-back events, and they've got other coaches that are with them, because coaches can't readily justify taking 2 weeks off work to support the students, much as they might want to. They might want to be there doing that, with just implications.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. But one important point from me to you is your voice does matter, because all the skaters listen to the Junior Grand Prix commentary and whatnot. And of course, we're supportive, and we celebrate with the wins, and we have empathy with the challenges, right? So it is important, because they doubt themselves sometimes, and to hear the voice, you can say, hey, that wasn't the best skate, but you are a good skater. Those types of things from coaches and parents and from us all are important in building a safe and inspiring environment. So we do have that responsibility. Your voice does matter. So I know you're being polite and humble, I get it, but your voice does matter, and I think they appreciate that very much.
And if it does, then I'll risk coming back to the microphone a little bit later to say it to more people, because really happy to get. It feels like a privilege.
No. Wait a minute now. Don't push your luck on this, buddy. You don't even know if I'm on the microphone.
Yeah,
you don't even know if I'm there. So no, just kidding. No, it's all good. No, and when we get together in Gdansk and Yarvan, that will provide more opportunity, of course, to have conversation with the skaters and get some background stories, and we'll have fun.
Yeah,
we'll be busy, but we'll have fun.
Yeah.
You see a nice double axel there.
And when we see the double axel in this, the third of 6 groups, again, very interesting to do another case study as to the average length of time it takes an athlete to get a double axel from their first earliest lessons until that landing of that first clean double axel, and then to be delivering it in competition. We can't stress how much time it takes. I'd say from starting steps, and it's case dependent, but a double axel certainly doesn't happen within the first couple of years unless you're an exceptional talent or somebody that
out of 90,
all the time.
Maybe 1%, out of 90, out of 100 people, maybe one might, but rarely, if ever. And just to let you know, my video is quite glitchy here, so if I'm calling, I'm not sure it's double or triple, because it stops sometimes, so a little bit behind it. Sometimes it runs smoothly and sometimes it doesn't, so we'll just work through all those technology little glitches from time to time. And next week, of course, we'll be broadcasting you from Nottingham and myself from Montreal, Osaka, so we'll be working in a completely different environment with no one there on site. So, which is part of the strategy here, is to try to figure out how we do that, and how that works, and so kind of looking forward to that. We'll see how it all works.
So we'll both be guessing: is he there? Are you there? Am I there? Is anybody there?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're gonna figure that out. Someone's gonna take the lead and ask Mark, "Are you there? Or are you still having a cuppa of tea?"
Yeah.
Now, why do they call it cuppa, not like cup of tea? Is cuppa just slang, or what is that?
Yeah, cuppa's just slang. Get a cuppa. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Each of the various different colloquialisms, I have to try and learn. The British megrims of accent are quite abundant.
Oh, I love it. It's hilarious. I mean, and some of it makes perfect sense, and some of it makes no sense, just like every other language, right?
Well, in the same way as when I speak to some of the skaters, I'd like to hope I speak a little bit slower when I'm on the microphone, but when I excitedly see some of the skaters, I see some of the skaters and they look at me as if I've got 3 heads, and I think maybe I need to slow down when I speak to people so that they can understand
It's hard when you have passion for what you do, and you love what you do, and you know what you're talking about for the most part. Then we speak quickly. I do as well. I just don't have a charming accent like you do.
Ah, nonsense.
Oh, it covers things up and makes you sound sophisticated,
It's all
Even though, yeah, it's all of that. There we go. Well, our first competitor in group number 3 represents the Netherlands. Amelia Soloukhin, 14 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 21st after the short program. She'll need an 83.35, which is certainly possible. Her top score is 81.98. That was earned last season. Most certainly improvement has happened since then. She'll skate the free program here to start group number 3, the Sleeping Beauty by Tchaikovsky.
Oh, fantastic combination spin to close the free skate for Amelia Soloukhin, and great music edit, the Maleficent Sleeping Beauty take on a classic, and I think really cool that she went with the theme and kept with it throughout.
I liked it. It was interesting because, as I mentioned, my video is jumping around a little bit. So when that came on, I thought, oh, what happened to the audio, right? Because it went from music to I could only hear a voice kind of in the distance, but an interesting approach, a creative approach.
Yeah, I presume it's from the Maleficent soundtrack, the Sleeping Beauty, the different take on it, and cool to hear something different.
Yeah, a little over rotation, and has to take the fall on that, the double lutz. Here, the triple loop, I believe. And a little under rotated, and squeaks out a double toe loop pretty much on one spot. Double axe a little bit later in the program into the double toe loop. You want to carry this speed and momentum across the ice and not have the jumps curl around in the small, tight corner. That'll be something that will be worked on. I think really down on her knees and aggressive skating throughout the program. Love that. Missing perhaps a little bit of strength at this stage of development. And as that strength comes, will also come some momentum, more ice coverage. Beautiful flexibility here, right on one spot, right at the end of the program with a level 4 change combination spin.
And it's interesting, I saw on Amelia's social media, she quoted one of her posts as saying, "I have no illusions, but I try to work hard every day on my way to my dream." And I thought, what a wonderful acknowledgement of, she knows, presumably behind that, she knows where she's at, but she's just simply working towards a dream, and presumably that's to be an Olympian, as so many aspire to be. And you know, we encourage her awareness of where she's at and the opportunities that this competition gives her, and seeing where she's at on that journey.
You love that grounded approach and understanding, here's where I'm at, here's where others are at, here's where I want to be, and this is what I have to do. And it's not emotional, although fueled by passion, that is emotion, but it is designed by, by data, by stats, by logical thought process. So, wow, good on her for that.
And, we can see what's coming, and hopefully, she'll be able to process what will be a frustrating score because of those under rotations, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That's part of the process. When they look at the report card, they start to understand it. She probably felt it to some degree, not knowing, was it downgraded or under-rotated? But we'll see that on the report card. 65.23 for Amelia. That's second in the free program with a 102.40 for the competition. And that'll put Amelia Soloukhin from the Netherlands currently into second place at this point and stage of the competition. Our next competitor comes from Iceland, Julia Silvia Gunnarsdottir, 18 years old, third Junior Grand Prix season, 20th after the short program. And she'll need an 80.53 to take the lead.
Julia Silvia Gunnarsdottir from Iceland, you can see, understandably frustrated with the mistakes, but a triple toe that was glorious, and arguably a skater that has some more commitment and drive and attack to her choreography than we might even see from some of those in the top group. Lots to admire. Just a skater that, as we saw last season on the Junior Grand Prix, struggling just to process all the passion that she has in the competitive environment at this stage.
I think that's one of the reasons it's so devastating, is because she knows how good she is and knows what she can do, and knows that that was so far from what her standard is, what her abilities are. That is very frustrating. You can completely understand that, and you know, we support you through as we look at that triple toe. Look at that, the mechanics of it, beautiful, straight in the air, tight in the air, up into the double loop as well, 3-jump combination, outstanding. You have the skill. You did not produce it here tonight for whatever reasons. You'll figure that out. Little loopy, little open on the triple Salchow, but nice straight strong back, good aggressive throughout the program, didn't give up, kept fighting, love that. But it was not to be on this day. Lessons will be learned.
You can see just there, just how intense. I think intense is such a good word to describe her commitment there, the Kevin Amos slide, and her ability to have difficult movement within the choreography and delivery of it. Just, you know, as I talked about the team leader that's here to support her and her coach, Benjamin Aguiar, they have to do so much work to help get the skater to feel comfortably confident to replicate their potential within a 3.5-minute program. You know, this, I'm sure, is a skater who, in short, sharp clips, is quite sensational.
Yeah, and I think that right now she's going through a processing. She's processing all of this, and it'll be a little emotional in the beginning, and a little lost for what happened, and then start to analyze, and then common sense will come down and say, okay, let's make sure this doesn't happen again, and they'll work for it. This is a process for all skaters. Sometimes when you have a great performance, you get too confident that you're just going to repeat it. And that may not be the case. So you have to be thinking not too high and not too low. Keep yourself balanced. As we take a look at the scores, 70.21, that's second in the free program, with a 110.20 for Julia overall in the competition, and that'll put her for the moment into second place. Well, the next competitor, as you might be able to tell, comes from Turkey. 14-year-old Derya Taygan in her first Junior Grand Prix event, 24th after the short program. She'll need an 86.28 to take the lead.
like a fellow Turkish skater, Selin Akbulut, Derya Taygan, buoyed on so incredibly supportively by the audience here. And you could see perhaps the red boxes in the top left-hand corner of the screen suggesting that the skate wasn't optimal in regards to what the judges need for positive grades of execution, but she stayed on her feet for the majority, and she needs to absolutely absorb this moment now.
I think that's a really good point, Mark. This was a very good performance for this skater because she's at the stage to development. You want to get the triples in, stand up on one foot. Check it out like it's clean. Okay, it's not clean. It's a little under-rotated. But is the mechanism for the takeoff, the rotation, and everything there, everything that you need, all those pieces of the puzzle? Yes. A little quicker, a little bit higher, all those jumps are going to be clean. So this was successful because that's the stage she's at. The under-rotations are, a little bit of collateral damage. It's what happens at this stage. Just take a look at the double axel. That's clean. Double toe loop, double loop. Good start to the program. Some work on posture, that'll help. And hands as well. Here's the triple toe loop. Watch the landing. This is 2 foot and downgraded, but on her feet. That was the mission, and she accomplished that. There it is again. There's the double axel. Little under rotation, but landing on 1 foot with a free leg getting back. There's the double Lutz. So lots of success through this program, taking off, rotating and landing on 1 foot. Areas to work on, tighter in the air, quicker into rotation, get that landing foot all the way around, and you'll see a significant difference in points. You've got 1, 2, 3 downgraded jumps and 1 with an under rotation. So, actually 4 downgraded jumps and 1 under rotated.
And
so the score will be not what she felt she skated, but sorry.
I was just going to say it's interesting because her coach I could see in the change room, and there were some staff here encouraging her coach. So presumably skaters that train here in this very venue, and so a big moment for them all.
56.31 for Derya, and that is 6th in the free program and a 90.55 for the competition. Once she looks at the report card, she'll know why, even though it felt to be a much better program, the under rotations lost her a significant amount of points, and she'll work really hard to clean that up, and then we'll see a much bigger score next time. Well, also from Turkey, Sana Lidya, 17 years old, 22nd after the short program. Very first Junior Grand Prix event, also supported by hometown fans here. She'll skate the free program to the rules by Jeremy Zuckerman.
Sena Lydia Viraktaroglu from Turkey, and interesting to see, you know, back-to-back Turkish skaters and skaters that have obviously been taught with very different focuses, completely different in their approach. I think for Sena Lydia, better fundamental skating skills, but unfortunately she didn't stay upright on as many of the jumps as Derya Taygan, who went just before her did.
Yeah, had a really nice opening triple sow double toe loop, so things look good, and you could see the structure of the technique good. Then a really hard fall in the second triple sow cow, and then the pop axle, and things started to slowly unravel from that point on. So certainly capable, but at this point, is there enough experience to fight back, you know, a hard fall or some mistakes and get back on track? That's something that you have to learn by having challenging programs.
Yep.
Unfortunately, today it was really hard to get back into the groove. Here's the opening, I think, triple sow cow. There it is, double toe loop. So mechanics look pretty good. The second one here, watch how hard that fall is right there. It just has to shake the neck and the back a little bit. Then just a little bit stiffer and a little tighter the rest of the program, which didn't allow her to have nice, easy, tiny, beautiful spiral. And then you can see just forward landing, close to the toe picks, and not carrying a lot of momentum through that. And it just gets a little bit beautiful, difficult spin position there, taking flexibility and strength. That spin is in at level 3 at the end of the program, but not the program that she wanted or she's capable of doing, no question.
It shows how pressure can affect different skaters in different ways. We saw Selin Akbulut and Derya Taygan, the other Turkish competitors really rising to the support, but unfortunately it may seem that for Sena Lydia it was a little bit too much. And this point, we just want to, this is when you just, put an arm around her. It's going to be okay. There will be other occasions.
Yeah. You know, right in front of friends and family here at home, you want it so bad that sometimes that takes you out of your normal thought process during a program. And then you try too hard, a mistake comes in, and then you start to panic, and it's an endless chase. But this is what it's all about, is learning how to deal with those different scenarios. 56.78 for Sena Lydia. That's 6 in the free program with a 93.81 total competition score, and that'll put her overall into 4th place for the moment. Our next competitor represents Denmark, Selma Siri Larsen, 18 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, 23rd after the short program. She'll need an 85.83 to take the lead. And we'll skate free program to Nuria from the White Crow.
Selma Siri Larsson from Denmark just thinking through what took place. I think she did one too many double salchos, so she'll lose one of those 10, only able to repeat any of the one doubles or triples once sober, so maybe that was the reaction in her brain space at the end. But a great choice, the White Crow, the Nureyev story, and you can sense that, you know, she's an elegant skater that is connected to that kind of balletic storyline.
Yeah, and the great thing about that music is it's not just beautiful music. It has a soul to it. It has, there's this, you can just hear a story within it. It's just beautiful, and she did a nice job of that. There's the triple salchow that's under-rotated, had to step out. And there's a bracket just before the double axel. That was nicely done, Euler. Double salchow, good sequence. Double Lutz, good lift, hands above the head, double toe. Again, you want to lengthen those landings out a little bit more quality. But she looks pretty happy kicking off the ice.
And as we said in the short program, a skater that, you know, had been so injured and so affected by the injury, but she's acknowledged that she's just so very proud to represent her nation on the Junior Grand Prix. She's articulated that, and it's so true, and it's such an amazing accomplishment that everybody achieves, and great that, you know, Selma Siri Larsson, who's 18 years old, maybe a little bit older than some of the other competitors, is aware and able to process the magnitude of being able to say that. You know, some of the other skaters who are a bit younger might not appreciate the enormity of being able to represent your nation on this stage, and Selma Siri really grateful to do that.
Yeah, you love it when the skaters have everything in perspective. And they know where they're at. They still have the same desires and the same emotions, but they understand the process and the stage that they're at. 66.54 for Selma Siri Larsson from Denmark with a 101.23, and that'll put her currently into 4th place overall at this stage of the competition. Our final skater in group number 3 comes from Kazakhstan, Yekaterina Balyuba. 19th after the short program, 14 years old. And she will need the 78.31 to take the lead. And she skates her free program here, week number 3 on the Junior Grand Prix.
Kazakhstan's Yekaterina Balyuba, an interesting skater whose focus is quite obviously on getting the triple jumps done, and impressive to see that despite the fall on the opening triple lutz, that later in the second half of the program she still managed to get a second triple lutz out, and that definitely visible that was the focus for the skater, wanting to get triple jumps landed and nailed.
You've been spying on my notes again,
yeah,
because that's exactly what I was going to say. This is a skater that's completely focused on the jumps right now, marching up and down the ice from element to element. That's where she's gaining her points. Yeah, that was risky with that right arm. Here we see the triple flip, Euler, and the double flip. Yeah.
It's very much end to end.
That was mission. Yeah, end to end, exactly. And even going there, the arms are dropped a little bit, posture off a little bit. So little things like that I think will really help her from a quality perspective, making sure that how she moves from one element to the other is improved. Certainly, she's a jumper. She's got the athleticism, that's the issue. But there's much more to the sport, much more to be learned, no question.
And interesting to be able to see that back-to-back comparison with the Danish skater Selma Siri Larsson, who had one, I think, slightly under-rotated triple, as opposed to Yekaterina, who has multiple triple attempts. Not sure how many will be called clean, but a completely different focus. I think for now it will be the success for Yekaterina, but if you could take a bit from both skaters, and obviously, as you say, the report card will give that feedback and that guidance, because the components for Yekaterina, while she did get, what's that? Yeah, clean triple lutz, one of the most difficult triples that will be attempted, landed, called. Her components and composition score is mid-threes, so that's the feedback to suggest that the judges can see, they see the focus, it's obvious. And Sergei Voronov is a coach and a two-time European medalist. He'll obviously know that. That's just been the approach that they've taken at this stage of her development. And he looks satisfied that she did what he wanted.
Yep, absolutely. But that is, now they have to take stock of what was accomplished here and what is next on the list. And also what comes into play there is how much ice time do you have and what is the list of priorities? Because you cannot build the top skater in a matter of months or even year or years. It takes a lot of time. So you got to figure out what is critical that we can have significant improvement from this perspective without trying to do too many things. There are some things you're going to have to leave till a little bit later. And what are the things that you actually can learn later? Because some things you can't really learn later. You need to learn them now. So, it's and every skater is a little bit different. So you do have to sort of consider. You can see she's just processing everything right now. And when you're a full skater that you're doing all the aspects as best that you can, usually it makes it a little easier in the jumps. When it's only jumps you count on, when they don't go well, not much behind it. 63.41 for Yekaterina. That's fifth in the free program with a total competition score of 105.62. And that'll put Yekaterina currently into third place at this stage of the competition overall. There is a look at your leaderboard, top 5 so far. As we move into group number 4 and their warm-up.
And there, the lineup for this group of 6 skaters. And you can see scores from the short program posted between 42 and 45 points. So proximity within the scores and the results from the short program, and therefore, again, that opportunity to make big strides forwards. And we can expect to see that happening yet again, as we've seen on the other assignments already this year. And we've seen already Meda Variakojyte from Lithuania, who was 25th in the short program, appearing to skyrocket up the rankings. And all of the women will have had the opportunity to practice in the practice round. You can see there, referee and officials just acknowledging something that's on the ice. And therefore, requesting that the Slovakian skater Olivia Lengyelova just picks that up, just hampering her focus for a little while, but safety an absolute priority. And then for any of you watching, you'll know that if there's anything on the ice that stops the blades run, it can be such a horrible, torrid fall. So as I was saying, the skaters will have had the chance to practice in the practice rink. It's not on site. Nice triple toe from Eve Dubec, the French competitor. And as I think was the case in Linz, Austria, the men get the day off, the women will compete on back-to-back days. Initially, it seems nice to have that break and that little bit of respite with one day off to recover, but then there is the luxury for the women of potentially being able to stay in Istanbul and watch the final two events, which will take place tomorrow. It will be the dance, free dance, and the men's free skate to conclude the competition here. And then next week will be the mid-event on the Junior Grand Prix Series stage, and thereafter that it really will be the chance to see who will qualify for the Grand Prix final. Such a prestigious achievement. And
every week, Mark, gets more exciting.
Yeah. And you know, to get to go to the Junior Grand Prix final, then to be able to perform in the venue with the seniors as well and feel a part of, you know, skating and training and competing alongside the very, very best.
Well, at least tomorrow, Mark, the day will be a little bit shorter. The free dance, the men's free.
Yeah,
And when do you go back? Do you fly back tomorrow?
No, early Sunday morning. The pickup for me on Sunday mornings at 3:40 a.m. So.
Oh, yes, that's a bit early. So you have to take that as well. Okay. And then next week we'll be working on Osaka, Japan for week number 4. And I don't know what the time difference is for you.
I did actually have a little look, and I was trying to fathom it out in my head. Tokyo is 6 hours ahead of...
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah. But then I'm 2 hours ahead of the UK. So 8 hours, so 6 hours ahead of me here. I'm 2 hours ahead of the UK. So it'll be, hey, whatever it is, there'll be great skating and we'll be there.
Hey, that's not bad. I mean, try 11 hours and 12 hours upside down. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
It'll be interesting to see in the building in Osaka how many people there are. Would expect a good attendance at that event, of course, always in Japan. Even for the Junior Grand Prix, they go to smaller venues, of course. But generally, they are either full or close to being full.
Cool to see Olivia Lengyelova from Slovakia, her costume with the handprint. Again, we've acknowledged it before already, Ted. The costume gets no more points, but for so many, it's a really important aspect of the preparation, and design. You can see again here now, consideration and thought process going into the costume. If not for a score boost, if not for any respect from anybody, other than sometimes just to make the skater feel more important and more into character, perhaps, for the program that they're about to take part in.
Yeah, and I do think that, given a really strong technical performance and an emotional connection with the music, and the costume does come into play. You don't think of it like that, but the whole package is there, and then it all makes sense. So I do think it has an aspect to it. It's not that you design it for points, you don't, but you design it for the moment. Make sure that the story that you're telling is reflected in your choreography and in your costume. That all makes sense. And also, as you said, if the skater feels good in it, they feel proud in it, then generally they might skate a little bit better. It makes them, it's like going out in the evening and you feel you look good. Even though the mirror tells me I look bad, but you feel like you look good. Right?
And it's all in the mind as well. So if the mind is happy, the mind thinks that, yep, I feel better, then the chances are the skate is more inclined to be better, or they'll live up to the, the luxury of the dress. And You know, for those that don't know, the expense of these costumes is quite enormous. The Swarovski crystals adorning their various different costumes really do mount up. Hundreds of dollars, pounds, euros, whichever the currency is. They're not cheap.
No, that's for sure.
That one's got quite a few of them.
Can't imagine how long it takes. Competitor in this group, 15-year-old Chiara Hristova from Bulgaria. 46 at the World Junior Championships last season, 88.40 personal best. Will just need a 74.79 to take the lead. And she'll skate to Spirit of the Earth.
Chiara Hristova representing Bulgaria. You can see tiring towards the end, losing some of the technical content. However, To me, year on year, the push towards pushing the program component scores really visible, and a much greater appreciation for transitional content between some of the elements. So progress made in some ways, maybe a little bit at the expense of the technical score here.
Yeah, a strong skater, no question, powerful jumper as well. Trying to find that right mix between requirements of jumping, getting the scores on that side, and the program delivery as well. Look at the triple lutz, beautiful in the air. Good distance across the ice up into the double toe loop, so a good start to this program. Followed by the triple flip, a little bit on a lean, but she saves it nicely with a strong back up into the double toe. And the double axe a little bit later, lifts nice and high. Euler gets the free leg around, lifts up into the triple Salchow, but this is downgraded. You can see even a free foot touch as well, so losing some points from GOE perspective. The second triple lutz attempt popped into a double, and the triple flip a little bit later. Getting tired, I think you mentioned that. You can see things start to slowly deteriorate a little bit.
And yet
it's hard to show.
Sorry. I was just going to say, through the choreo sequence, that's where you could see there were improvements year on year. So I think she was more triples last season, but more push for the transitional content in the choreo this year.
Yeah, it's really a difficult thing to learn two skills. One is presentation, where you're looking out and you know people are looking at you for music connection and choreography and all that. At the same time, your mind is concentrating on the technical. It's sort of two different people in one body that has to perform at the same time, and it gets complicated if you talk to yourself too much.
And, you know, some skaters just gravitate towards different aspects of the sport, but generally as the skaters get a bit maturer and older, that's when they are more inclined to be able to access some emotional connection. And that maybe seems to be the case with Chiara, but as we see the rotations being called continuously less by the tech panel, she's going to unfortunately see the score will be some ways off where she scored at Riga last year.
It's interesting. We never get to follow the process, but actually it's interesting with the Canadian team. They all do a review with the team leader, with Andre Bourgeois, and they discuss what happened here and what the process, the next steps will be. So there is a review done, and it's more listening to what they say as opposed to speaking to them, and making sure the skater is thinking about what they felt, what they thought, what they learned, and how they want to apply it moving forward. So it's a good process to go through. As we wait for the scores for Chiara Hristova from Bulgaria. There it is, 70.29. That's second in the free program. And with a total competition score of 116.02. So for the moment, Chiara will take over second place. Anastasia, 17 years old, coming from Ukraine, 17th after the short program. I'll need a 77.08 to take the lead. The personal best is 65.17.
Well, save for that fall on the second triple salto. That was a great skate for Sophia Tkacheva from the Ukraine, and she's a fascinating young woman. All over her social media, she has these wonderful quotes as she gets a kiss blown from above. One of them, fall asleep with a dream, wake up with a goal. And obviously a young woman who's really relishing the chance to continue pursuing her goal and representing her country despite the difficult circumstances.
And you could see just at the end, such a beautiful, warm smile and of appreciation for that program and the opportunity as well. Low in the knees in that triple toe loop. Beautiful soft landing into a double toe.
Keeping character.
A nice little tap with the pick. Yeah, just really nice details. As we take a look at the setup for the triple toe. And soft running edge. Those are quality. That's GOE. That's adding points. The quality of these landings. A little bit of wobbly on that. Does a leg kick. Back three turn. Second triple sock out. Double toe loop. Made that one work. This, I think, was a little bit more problematic. Too far back on the heel as it hit the ice. And yeah, as the coach is saying, pulling it around, yanking it around the corner.
Or fatigue sets in, and
yeah, but what a nice big smile, boy.
Yeah, wonderful. And you may have to assume she didn't compete last year for various different reasons, but it looks like this year coming back with big PB based on our ISU current personal best.
At 65.17. And so I'm pretty sure she's going to beat that by quite a bit here. And the score is 82.03. That is second. And she, yeah, she's a little fist bump there. Second in the free program with a 125.47 as she takes the lead. Not a great feeling. Not a great job. Olivia Lengyelova, 14 years old, second junior Grand Prix season, 13th after the short program. Just 14 years old. She has a 92.92 personal best in the free program, earning that last season on the junior Grand Prix. We'll skate to I Will Keep Coming by Low Roar.
Well, we as skaters know how physically and mentally tough anybody in our discipline at this level is, and Olivia Lengyelova from Slovakia really demonstrated that in the program. Red marks across all the first three elements, came back with a couple of triple loops in the middle. Horrible fall on that triple salto that was downgraded, and yet still fought towards the end of the program. You can see now the reaction though.
Last night I was watching professional NFL football here, and I was watching the pounding and all the padding that these football players have. It's a very brutal sport, but that hard fall and to get right up, not this one here, but later in the program, is just remarkable. These are very, very tough athletes, and having to continue to perform for 3.5 minutes straight, with good or bad, I'm not sure which element, if you do have it.
This was late.
Here's the triple loop. Beautiful technique. That was a nice triple loop, and she did another one a little bit later. There's the double axel Euler, and there's the triple salchow, and wow, right down on the hip. Gets right up back into the program.
And, you know, nice rotational position, lots of positives. We could see there the cantilever spread eagle, the inverted spiral. There's so much, not just as a jumping athlete, but as a well-rounded skater. Just, you know, you can see that's what almost makes it more frustrating, because she's so very capable. So then to be unable to deliver makes it harder to swallow. When she comes into the group, the highest ranked of the
I completely agree with. Yeah, I completely agree with that, and it's what I said a little earlier. It's, you know, the more devastating performances are those that know they can skate all the difficult elements, they can skate clean, and they have 3, 4, 5 mistakes, and the difference between what they were capable of and what they did is so big that it's overwhelmingly emotional. But if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you come off, you're disappointed, but okay, not so far. But this young woman is very capable, strong skater, took a couple hard falls, but fought her way through the program. And she doesn't value that at the moment. I do.
And look how hard her coach is working to bring her around.
Yeah, it's so difficult. But it's the coach's job to move them forward, not let them anguish too long. And they need to feel that. They need to process it, but not dwell on it for too long before they set their eyes clearly looking forward.
And seeing Olivia's hobbies, she lists maths as one of her hobbies, and piano and skiing and dancing. Obviously, you know, a young woman, 14 years old, who's, you know, very accomplished, very, you know, head must be on her shoulders. If you're going to put maths as one of your top hobbies, you're a smart cookie. So she knows the implications of those mistakes, but she'll come back.
Oh yeah, well, that's a pretty busy person, that's for sure. 11 elements here, seven reviews. That's why it's taking a little bit longer, just to ensure that it's an equal playing field. Those elements that are under-rotated or downgraded are accurately done, so equal to those of the skaters that have preceded her. So it's just taking a little bit longer in this case. Her personal best is 92.92, so certainly she can lay out a good score, and she will be a little bit disappointed with this score, no question. Good skater, bad day, a difficult day. 66.49, that's 6th for Olivia, and that's 112.35 for the competition. That'll put her currently, for the moment, into 4th place. Good work by the coach. Our next competitor comes from Romania, 16-year-old Tara Maria Ienciu. 56.39 personal best back in 2021. She needs an 83.19. She'll skate to Young and Beautiful by Lana Del Rey.
Romania's Tara Maria Iancu, and you just wonder, Ted, perhaps there's an injury at play, but that was a skater that opened with triple lutz double axel sequence and then appeared to lose all awareness of her body on some of those jumping elements, and just glad to see her getting off the ice safely.
Yeah, I think that hard fall just knocked the wind out a little bit. There, look at that, beautiful technique up into the double axel. Good skater, strong, tight in the air, good save on that double axel, double toe loop. I think this is the fall here. Right there, really hard on the hip, and just a bit of a shock. And now you get up, it's automatic, you're trained, you get up to keep going, but your brain is going, what just happened to me? And the body and the mind are not on the same page, and that's what happened there. And I was just happy to see her dial it back a little bit and be safe all the way through the rest of the program, because you're just not sure if there was a serious injury or not. So good skater, tough day.
And it does kind of cement the reality of how difficult the sport is and the danger, because we don't want to acknowledge the fact that it's dangerous, but on occasion it can be. And these very, very physically fit young humans put themselves through some peril, and the falls that we see, as you rightly said, we put any other sports person and suggest them that they wear knives in their feet, jump in the air and smack down and hit their whole body without any padding. It's scarcely comprehensible.
All right.
Stop putting people off, Mark.
Mark, word choice. Mark, word choice. That's absolutely perfect. You said put knives on your feet, jump in the air, and smack down on your body. I mean, essentially, I suppose that's what it is. But oh my gosh. I mean, it's a tough sport. I don't care how beautiful the outfit is and how lovely the music is. I've done this sport, and I've taken more falls than probably you can tell by my thought process. But this is a very, very physically demanding and psychologically demanding sport. Also beautiful and wonderful and sensational, but it has its challenges, and we've witnessed a little bit here today. Kudos and congratulations to the athletes for getting through the program.
Skaters should wear capes. Superheroes.
They are. Absolutely. 49.95. That's 15th for Tara Maria. And I know that's disappointing, but 92.24, that's okay. Better days are to come. You are really a good skater. No question. I'm not saying that to be nice. It's just true. And so you just need to keep your eyes forward, learn from today, and I know that you're going to have some brilliant skates in your future. Our next competitor comes from France, 16-year-old Eve Debec, 15th after the short program, coached by Malika Tahir, 75.77 personal best, but that was back in 2021, so I'm sure we'll see a much bigger score here today. Skating to Frozen by Madonna.
Eve de Beek, a skater with so many qualities, good quality of skating skill and jump potential, clean jumping technique when delivered, but same feelings as I had last year when I saw her in Courchevel, just so much potential, just not yet manifesting itself through a complete program, and it's no easy task, Ted.
Yeah, you see actually really good jump techniques, really strong, and so you have a brilliant jump, and then a little off kilter on another one, so just a little inconsistent on that. Good speed and power up into the triple L's. Look at the lift, huge. Then sort of doubted herself and started to break, didn't need to. Triple flip, that was a little bit on lean in the air. There's the triple loop, that was nicely executed. Beautiful three-jump combination. So the loops were good for her today because the weight at the body alignment was right over the takeoff hip, the right hip, but on the transfer and the pick jumps, this was a little bit more problematic, at least on this day. Powerful to watch the second triple loop straight down and up. Good clearance, nice extension, double axel. Again, double axel, but when it was the pick jumps, those were the problem today in this program for this very strong skater. Just a bit of an off day.
And it, takes a certain mental aspect, mental training perhaps to be able to deliver. She trains with Lola Gazale, trains with Larine Shield, other skaters doing very similar jump content to her. Just an injection of self-belief, or perhaps fight, just to deliver all the triples that are so good in practice.
Pre-program score is 75.09 for Ev. That's third in the free program. Total competition score of 120.58. And that'll put Ev, at least for the moment, into second place. There is a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the competition. One more in group number 4. Our next competitor comes from Kyrgyzstan, 14-year-old Zhasmin Shlaga, 16th after the short program. Needs an 81.84 to take the lead. A personal best from last season was 64.39. Need to have a good skate here. The skate the free program to Ain't Nothing Wrong With That by Robert Randolph.
14-year-old Zhasmin Shlaga from Kyrgyzstan with the best camel spin, I think, of possibly all the competitors here in Istanbul, and some of the quirkiest choreography. It's really unique.
You know what? I love this, and here's the reason why. I love the opening. I love the choreographic approach because it's different, because it's unique. And there'll be some people that don't like it and some people that do like it. But here's one thing for sure. It will be hers. People will remember it because that's her. It's her. And I like that approach. You know, we can talk technical. That's the easy part to do it. But this was hard hitting. And you don't see that often from a women's event. And as I mentioned, some people won't like it, but some people love it. I love the effort. I love the approach to it. And my attention. So as we see some of the opening moves there. Triple loop outside the circle on that. These are just technical pieces throughout the program. Look at that camel spin. Just amazing. Beautiful.
And, you know, to still deliver on that choreography, you know, that unique movement patterns, when you have made mistakes, it really sells that it is her comfortable place. She's happy to be unique in her movement, good skate or bad skate.
Yeah, absolutely. And she owns it. Like, there's no holding back, oh, gee, I didn't skate well, and all of a sudden the movements are half energy. She kept that performance and that character all the way through the program. You have to admire that. Beautiful spiral with a split jump. You know, in this case, you know, we are often talk about posture and position and whatnot. In this type of a program, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it's almost part of the style a little bit. And, you know, it's free and open and wild and innovative, right?
Yeah, really contemporary. It doesn't require, like you say, it doesn't require elegance. Elegance isn't the objective. And, you know, posture to me is one of the most important things in skating, but it's not something that is in the judging criteria. There's mention of the word carriage in some of the ISG communications, but it doesn't necessarily get points. It's biomechanically maybe better for some of the jumping passes, but, you know, she didn't need it. She needed that kind of...
No, yeah,
quirkiness.
Yeah, exactly. And it does help with jumping, for sure. You need that posture. It does help for some spin positions. But at the end of the day, the program, look at Gary Beacom. I mean, that guy never really had, you know, incredible posture. He always had a unique style which he owned.
And he's had one of the longest lasting careers.
Oh my gosh, I know, it's amazing. Free program scores. Zhasmin Shlaga from Kyrgyzstan. And she looks quite, you know, satisfied with that. You know, it's a stage. You have that ice is your stage. 69.22. That's sixth in the free program with 112.86. And that'll put her currently into fifth place overall with 2 groups to come. There are your top 5 so far. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, and I love how she's using her moment to kiss and cry.
Yeah, she has a personality, that's for sure. And now, the head on the shoulder. Here we go. Let's take a look at the standings so far, Mark. And there you have it. Wow. Ukraine, France, Lithuania, top 3. And 2 groups of very good skaters yet to come as we enter the final ice resurfacing on day 2 here in Istanbul. Mark, what do we have lined up for the videos?
Well, we've got 4 videos for you to enjoy. First, the interview with the winners of the pairs event last week, Martina Ariano Kent and Charlie La Liberté Laurent. And then the interview with Soana from Bangkok, and chance to relive some of the discussion on sustainability. And then to World Ice Skating Day, celebrated this year on the 3rd of December. And then finally, a little snippet of the highlights from some of the action yesterday here in Istanbul.
Sounds great. Hope you enjoy it. We'll be back right after this. Here in Linz with the pairs champions, the Canadian team of Martina Ariana Kent and Charlie La Liberté Laurent, both from Montreal. Boy, this has been a very interesting and quick year. Did you ever hope for or expect to win a gold medal in your first Junior Grand Prix?
I was not expecting it at all. Like,
I didn't think that we would get first, but we just did what we had to do, and then the outcome, well, yeah.
The outcome, oh yeah, I was okay. What are you going to say, Jared?
No, I just said like doesn't matter the medal. Just we had really much we had a lot of fun this week.
Well, the team has come together so quickly. There's no question, and you're very special because when you come out of those throws, you check that leg out so quickly, and that's so important. You're such a strong lifter as well. Because see all the wonderful skills coming up. What are your goals for the season? At the end of the season, when you're gonna get a break, what do you hope that you will have accomplished?
Well, hopefully we'll go to the Grand Prix final and maybe Junior Worlds.
And what about from an element perspective? Is there anything you want to improve on between now and then?
Well, I think we want to work on the split on the twist to get it much bigger and much better.
In general, in our programs.
Yeah, boy, she's got the list. There's no question. Look, what do you like most about your partner? You better think quick.
Yeah. No, I would say that he's really funny and he's very he makes it really fun. So it's not just like work. It's also you make it fun too. So.
See, he gave you 2 thumbs up on the fun thing. Okay, what do you like most about your partner?
Well, I really like the fact that she's always the one like on point, and I'm probably the one always late. And that's what I like.
You're the comedian and she's the boss. Is that it? Okay, well, that's a perfect team. There you go. Well, congratulations on the win. What is your next competition?
It's Junior Grand Prix in Budapest.
Perfect. We'll be there watching and hoping the best for you. Congratulations on your first gold medal. Hold that up. First gold medal on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. The champions here in the pairs event in Linz, Austria. From Canada. Here in Bangkok with Suwana from the ISU Council. Suwana, want to talk about a couple things, but first of all, the initiative of sustainability. Of course, you've been a great leader in that. Tell us how that all got started.
Yes, I have to say I am really excited too for the first ISU event, the JGP, that happened here in Bangkok. We are the first ISU events that carbon neutral. So I would like to start with I have to thank you, Mr. Yujae Kim, our president, that he's really encouraged all of us to do these initiatives on sustainability. So that is the way. And we have Maria Teresa, who is the chair of the working group on sustainability as well. So we're working a lot on, and you will see some things like changing now.
Yeah, we've seen some new people, of course, come in. Jae came in the Congress right here in Thailand, of course. Tell us a little bit about this event here. I know you've showed me the kiss and cry, of course, and the mats that we stand on. Tell us a little bit about the background to that.
Right. A lot of us that we are in sports, right? We didn't concern that much on environment, but believe it or not, we are really one part of the big issues. If everyone's help and if all of us help, it's the world will be better. I mean, we all should help. So that is the thing. And my husband, he's also into this environment. So that's why I learned from him a lot. And he's the one who's trying to save. And I am the one who producing a lot that doesn't match. So that's why I learning on this. And then now here we are. So, yeah.
Well, for those of you that are not here, of course, we're getting to see just exactly how this event has been unfolded. The kiss and cry, of course, is completely sustainable. It's, cardboard to a large degree, but it doesn't look like it. It's just beautiful. The mats themselves, the whole arena itself is just amazing. You would not know any difference. So fabulous job so far. And moving forward, of course, this is on the Junior Grand Prix. Looking forward, you're wanting to influence the Senior Grand Prix as well in sustainability.
Yeah, that would be good. That is everyone's, should be everyone initiatives. And it's not that difficult. If you really want to do it, that we can do it together. The ISU really support on these initiatives. So if there's any questions, feel free to ask me.
Well, thank you very much for that. And of course, being the first time here in Bangkok in Thailand, the Junior Grand Prix
really the juniors has been able to globalize the sport, move around the world rather than people coming to us, we're going to them. And it's very exciting to be here. We thank you for everything that you have done here at this competition, but also for the sustainability of the ISU. Thank you, Suwan.
Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
We are here to celebrate the first inaugural World Ice Skating Day. And World Ice Skating Day is a single day specifically to celebrate the fun and the joy of ice skating across the globe. Lots of fun, lots of smiles, and a great way to celebrate this first day of World Ice Skating.
Istanbul has been an incredible location for the third stop on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series. And the event started with the women's short program, with Korea's Yujae Kim securing a personal best score to find herself in medal contention. She has posted a higher score than her twin sister did 2 weeks ago in Bangkok, and she will endeavour to match or better the silver medal which Yuseong Kim claimed in Thailand when Yujae competes in the free skate tomorrow. Fellow Korean Seojin Youn smashed her International Skating Union personal best by 16 points to claim the silver medal position after the short, and she will utilise her beautifully expressive qualities again in her Pearl Harbor soundtrack free skate as she attempts to attain her first Junior Grand Prix medal. Winner at the first Junior Grand Prix this year, Ami Nakai from Japan leads the field again, and we eagerly anticipate the triple axel, which she has clearly established as her goal for her free skate tomorrow. Should she win again, she will be the first competitor to secure a place at the Junior Grand Prix final. The pairs competition had 8 entrants, with the silver medalists from Linz, Austria last week, Olivia Flores and Luke Wang, continuing on a grueling competitive schedule to find themselves in 3rd place after the short programme. An unfortunate fall for Luke on the side-by-side double axels finds themselves adrift of the 2nd place Canadians, who were quite brilliant in their Amelia short programme, and it was an incredible performance in their first ever international competition together. The incredibly experienced Anastasia Metelkina and Luka Berilava showcased exceptional quality to lead the field by a 13-point margin. Their quality, both in the technical score and in the programme component scores, makes them early favourites to dominate the field this year. The men's short programme was the final event to take place on this first day of competition, and an incredibly supportive Turkish audience fueled an exciting event, with the winner in Bangkok, Rio Nakata, matching the 3rd place short programme result he attained 2 weeks ago. A day of celebration for his birthday tomorrow may fuel his chances to repeat as a winner again on Saturday. Korea's Minkyu Seo may not have had the triple axel that others had, but his skating skills were quite sublime, and they warranted the new personal best for the young Korean skater and a 2nd placement after the short. The surprise comes from Dea Ebehara from Japan, who leads the field after the first part of the men's event. A huge 76 points from the 15-year-old from Tokyo puts him in pole position in his first ever Junior Grand Prix. Anastasia Brandenburg will start the final two groups of competition as we get closer and closer to deciding who will be the medalists here in Istanbul in the women's event.
Yes, indeed. You didn't know I was on, did you?
I was like, is he?
always a mystery. Okay, now let's hope this event we can turn around a little bit. You know, some really good skaters had some very tough skates here, Mark, and you know, just hasn't been the best day for all the skaters. But the final two groups, let's see what happens. They're also excellent skaters, and hopefully they have a good skate today.
Yeah, and on review of the women's short program, I think Nataly Langerbaur finds herself in 11th place. She had a clean skate. The young Swiss skater you see now, Anastasia Brandenburg, she had a pretty good skate. Alyssa Ray from Germany. So this top two flights in the short program certainly came closer to delivering clean performances. So if they can replicate that for the more challenging 11-element free skate, then that'll be a fun competition to watch.
Yeah, no question. We take a look at the scores here. There are a number from Alyssa Ray, 54, then 55 for Polina, Uliana is 55, 56 for Sophia. So the scores are quite tight. Those four skaters anyways. And even Anastasia, the first skater from Switzerland, she's at 52. So we could see certainly some position change.
Yeah, as we see Anastasia just working through the kind of conventional route in the warm-up to go double axel, then the salco, then toe, loop, flip, and then loops. That's the kind of norm for most, I think.
You know, I would agree. And, you know, as you get a little bit more seasoned, you don't feel the need to warm up some of that you know mechanically is just natural for you, right?
Absolutely. That's where you do really sense that these are juniors as opposed to the seniors, like you say, who there's been occasion when I've seen multiple seniors who might only do drills, do rotational exercises rather than actually feel the need to even jump much at all in the warm-up. That's, you know, another facet for some that want to conserve as much energy as they can before they compete.
And even the 6-minute warm-up, it's interesting because that's another skill you have to learn. You think, oh, well, they just skaters go on and warm up their stuff. But if you are skating last and you have a 6-minute warm-up and then you have to wait for 40 minutes and you have to take your skates off, that's not something that you practice easily. It's a waste of time in practice sessions, right? So you have to learn how to hold yourself and keep yourself busy enough to not be focused on the performance, but keep yourself focused enough to be in control. So it's another skill that you really can only learn all the way actually in competition.
Yeah, and especially when we've seen, particularly in some of the earlier group skaters who don't have access to lots of training time. So for them, like you say, to replicate that you know, time off the ice, not skating, seems such a waste of the precious time that they have. But and the other factor is knowing what the heart rates are like. So many of the skaters, particularly those that come from more established skating nations, will, you know, perhaps utilize the heart rate training monitors in their training, and the heart rate will easily go over 150 in warm-up, just preparing for one triple jump. So for 6 minutes, that 6-minute warm-up too can be a drain on the VO2 max, the resources of oxygen in the blood. So it's really prepping and practicing to, you know, replicate that kind of exhaustion as well before they then have the 3.5-minute performance.
I'm going to have to change the Inspector Hanratty to Dr. Hanratty.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, God.
No. Well explained. But I thought, wow, it's really good. You know?
But I remember seeing some studies, and skaters in a complete free skate, their heart rate will go a huge high feet, over 200 beats per minute, you know, really, really high. And that's what I was mentioning, I think, yesterday, about how interesting our sport is, that combination of the aerobic and the anaerobic. Obviously, aerobic being longer lasting and anaerobic short, and ours is both.
It is both. You absolutely need to have both. And it's so important. You need that explosive power as well. If you're going to be successful at an Olympic level, you have to have that quickness and explosive power to get high enough, quick enough to do quads and triple axles and name it. So this is a very physically demanding sport as well, psychologically, as any sport is, but it's not a team sport here, at least in this discipline. that is the benefit. You're dealing only with your own mind, but some people have 10 people in your mind, right?
The blessing and the curse of having your own mind to deal with.
Yeah, exactly.
And, it's going to be really interesting, Ted, because we've discussed the age requirements heading into seniors, and by the time of the next Olympics, skaters will need to reach the age of 17 before the 1st of July of that season to be a senior competitor. And it'll be interesting to see how many of these athletes may make that jump and that switch, and potentially how many of them will become 2026 Olympians.
Yeah, we're going to be in this transition period right now where some of these athletes won't hang around for 4 years. Obviously, the ones that are 13 years old right now will have to stay for 4 years in the junior category. But those that are 15 and 16 will be able to move. Let's see, next year you have to be 16, or is it this year you have to be 16? This year you have to be 16, next year you have to be 17, right? Yeah, exactly. So some people are on the cusp, so we'll see what happens. But I think it's a great move, and I think it's going to be very interesting to watch the juniors. They'll be there for a longer period of time. Rivalries will start. People will grow and change. And it'll be unpredictable as we get started on the group number 5.
And a bit of hair checking.
Yeah, just 13 years old, just a young competitor, highly skilled, from Switzerland. Anastasia Brandenburg, born in Zurich. 10th after the short program. She needs a 72.76 to take the lead. We'll skate to Namukitipa, formed by Laura Fabian.
Oh, such amazing maturity and quality for one so young. Anastasia Brandenburg just making it look easy in her Junior Grand Prix debut.
I loved the care and respect that she had to connect to the emotion of the voice. She wasn't just jumping, wasn't just spinning, but she connected with that music beautifully at such a tender age.
Yeah.
So this is a very skilled and aware, alert skater, both technically and emotionally. Very, very nice job.
Yes, and she's, in her training, she's traveled around the world looking at, resourcing lots of different inputs to help her to cultivate this level of quality at this age. There, triple flip.
Knew how to save that element there, and watch for the landing extensions here. Double axel, free leg back over into the Euler, up into the triple salchow. Watch the free leg unravel, stretch. Just beautiful. Look at that. Love that move. Good catch.
And transitions into jumps, as we're seeing, not simple, beautiful triple toe there, but there was a transition into the salchow as well that was incredibly difficult, and that really forcing the judges to give the biggest composition score of the event that we've seen so far.
And she has the skill. I think you'll see more transitions as she continues to grow and develop in her programming, because she's a good skater, just a good basic skater. So lots more to come from this young woman, Anastasia Brandenburg, 13 years old.
It's interesting, Ted. I should have remarked upon it. Her skate seemed so loosely tied, and that testament to her desire, presumably, for better skating skills, softer knees, softer ankles. But few would have the courage to have them as loose as she has. I admire that.
Well, a 72.76 is the score that you will need to take the lead, and I think that will be quite safe. Best program, best jumping so far in the competition. And she sits very straight with a big smile on her face with a 97.64. Of course, that is first in the free program. A little nod of approval for 150.36 for Anastasia. For the moment, that moves her into first place. Nice job. Our next competitor comes from Estonia, 19-year-old Nataly Langerbaur. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She's 11th after the short program. There's a 96.55 personal best from last season. Well, she'll need a 101.08 to take the lead. And she'll perform the free program here at the Junior Grand Prix to Je t'aime by Laura Fabian.
I'm so pleased for Nataly Langerbaur from Estonia. I remember the last time that we saw her in the Junior Grand Prix, she had a bit of a nightmare in the free skate, and that looks like a skater who has worked very hard in the off-season, physically trained, well prepped, and mentally stronger to give a clean skate here.
And I've mentioned several times over Junior Grand Prix and even Senior Grand Prix that skaters from Estonia are being produced at really a beautiful style and so well taught. And there may not be the same numbers that you have in other countries, but certainly the quality that's coming out of that country is really at a very high level. As we take a look at the triple flip, hands above the head, a little bit on a lean, but she managed to hang on at the double toe loop. Look at that. Fast and tight and strong in the air. And elegant as well. There's the triple flip again, a little bit on a lean. That'll be under rotated. It is in the system. Here is the second triple Lutz, a little bit on a lean as well. She had to fight for that, but when you have a straight, strong back, it managed to hold the rotation position. Three-jump combination. Triple salto, double toe, double loop. Good work throughout the program.
Yeah, and you could see that mental toughness. It would be fascinating to know whether or not, in addition to the quality skating skills and good jump technique that she's got, as to whether or not there's been some sports psychology done to be able to produce that. And then maybe an aspect of Nataly, you know, she's a 19-year-old now. She's entering into making skating truly her profession, and so there's almost a business-like approach in ticking off those jumping passes and delivering, and hopefully she's going to be able to come away with a personal best. As you say, though, just some of the rotations, I wonder whether or not that will pull down that technical element score and see her under the 100 marker.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny that you mentioned that being 19, because I looked at the age again and I said, oh yeah, 19. So she has this understanding that she would not have had a little earlier, perhaps a calmness that she can do it and manage to work her way through this. And you know, as you know, when you're younger, you're a little bit more panicky at times, and you know, your mind is all over the place. And as you begin to mature, you maybe settle down a little bit, and I think maybe that is a big part of it. And we saw her deliver a very nice program. You can see she's proud, and so she should be. 7 elements under review. They've all been cleared at this moment. There is 2 jumps that are under-rotated. Pardon me, 3 jumps under-rotated. No downgrades. 95.83, that is second in the free program. Total competition score of 145.12, and that put Nataly currently overall, for the moment, into second place. Our next competitor comes from Poland, 16-year-old Noelle Streuli, 12th after the short program, 18th at the World Juniors last season, 102.77 personal best back in 2021 for the free program. She'll skate to circles.
Well, incredible speed and positioning in the change for combination spin. A skater that has soft knees, good, respectable skating skills, and an ability to deliver triple loops as done at the beginning of the program, which is unfortunately too many mistakes for Noelle Streuli from Poland as the 16-year-old leaves the ice.
You can see just, you know, a little disappointed with the performance. She knows what she's capable of, and patient and very smart on the triple Lutz to turn the, what I think was going to be a triple toe loop. Here's the triple Lutz, nice on a lean, gets the free leg back, keeps the free leg off the ice, does the 3-turn, does the toe loop, double toe loop, as opposed to trying the triple. So you can see there's the double axel, slips on the back of the heel a little bit on the takeoff, so it doesn't jump it forward. Triple loop, that was nicely done. Good stretch on the landings. And triple flip, a little late with the free leg. You can see just a little off a bit on some of the elements. Powerful and strong. Not the performance you wanted.
Yeah.
You can see the landings all sort of curving, hooking around the corner, so not carrying a lot of flow to add to that GOE, that quality score for the landing. So this is a skater that's pursuing that clean, perfect program. And sometimes you just have to, a skater that is this good, when she develops the sensitivity, being off a little bit in the air, what type of correction is instinctive to make it work, right? And, you know, those skaters that can make a poor jump actually look kind of okay. They won't make it look great, but they'll make it kind of okay.
Damage.
And that is another skill to be learned.
Yeah, that damage limitation. And we'll see Noelle, she competes in Gdansk, and she's obviously the Polish skater, so that will be her next stop on the Junior Grand Prix in 3 weeks' time. So I'm sure she will return to the training rink with all the experience of this, the motivation to do better at the next event and do better on home soil as well. So the next 3 weeks of training will be incredibly important.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing her there. We'll both be there on site.
Cheering
Good
her
skater. Yeah. Well, 102.77 was her personal best, but it's only an 81.36 today, which is 5th in the free program. The total competition score of 128.90. Certainly not in the range of what Noelle can do. And maybe we'll see that in Gdansk. Our next competitor comes from Germany, 15-year-old Alyssa Ray, second Junior Grand Prix season, 9th after the short program. 85.13 is her personal best, but she'll need a 95.39 to take the lead. Personal best was last season. She'll skate to music from Michael Jackson.
Alyssa Ray from Germany, and to me, Ted, this young 15-year-old just has such a wonderful open chest, big arm, expansive arm line and neckline. She just makes really classy line across the ice, and although there were mistakes, I think she is a very bright talent for German skating, as we see compatriots cheering her on.
A very talented and what a bright future, and very determined young woman, no question. Very good jump technique, needs a bit more air time, allowing for any adjustments if things should go slightly wrong. Some of the jumps were a little bit lower, but those that lifted high enough, she could save. Triple Lutz into a double axel. The second triple Lutz just did not have enough up. It had great ice coverage. Look at the speed of that spin and the position as well. There isn't really a weakness in this skater.
No.
It's just going to be a matter of delivering everything she's capable of, as with every skater. But she spins well, jumps well, and yeah, still some work with music connection, those types of things. A little bit outside the circle, did save that one, double axel. Look at the extensions on the landings,
really
just beautiful,
classy.
and some nice speed on the landing edge as well. Now this is going to be, she is a special athlete, and a lot of fun to watch her continue to develop. Let's see now, she's 15. So she's going to have to be in juniors for a while more, for sure.
Yeah, and what I find really interesting, she's got such a clean technique that kind of quality of movement has to be taught. It's not, I mean, she may be a natural talent, but it's so clean and so well taught, and yet they have such a friendship. So her coach really has obviously created and carved this clean-cut technique, but from a very positive stance. It doesn't look like they have a very strict coach-student relationship, but they've got quite the chat's good.
It's usually the coach. It's usually the coach speaking to the athlete. And here's the athlete turn to her and say, "Okay." She's giving her the lecture or the information, which is wonderful because this skater has thought about it, is reviewing and processing verbally and intellectually what she thought and what she felt. And meanwhile, the coach is going, "Okay." Boy, you want that. You want that in an athlete. You want a thinker. Free program score 87.12. That's fourth in the free program for Alyssa Ray, 142.10, and that will move her overall for the moment into third place. Bright future. Our next competitor, Polina Dzsumanyijazova, 14 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 16th at Junior Worlds last year, 7th after the short program. Needs a 95.11, has a 99.58 personal best. We'll skate to X Genesis Symphony, part number 3, Redemption by Muse.
Polina Dzsumanyijazova from Hungary. And how interesting, Ted, that when you see a skater that's so composed and so measured and almost businesslike in their approach, then you really do start to nitpick, and it'll be interesting to see how the rotation will impact the score, because I think it could be quite variable dependent upon the tech panel's opinions of the rotation on the latter jumps especially.
Yeah, there's 6 elements under review by the technical panel. Nice double axle, beautiful extensions, of course, carries good flow into and across the ice. Leaning forward, but manages to get the free leg back in time, pushes up as high as she can, but that is definitely under-rotated. In fact, downgraded in the judging system. There's a double axle as well. So elegant and some beautiful style, there's no question. And good skating skills as well.
And a fighter, like she fought for that Lutz-Euler Salko. She was, I say almost business-like sounds harsh. I don't mean it to be harsh, but just a real considered approach. This is a skater who obviously is very mindful of what it takes to get a 100+ score, and you sense that she wants something that's going to be competitive with the best in the world, 100++++, and she has the content, the style, the spinning capabilities. It's just a work in progress to get to that real upper echelon, and I think she has every part of the talent for it.
Oh, she really does. She has all the qualities you need. She just needs the consistency and to deliver it in competition at the very highest level, because if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, and that the best generally, at least touch wood here, we would, don't make mistakes, or don't make many mistakes, right? So she certainly has the ability, and we may very well see her on top, particularly in juniors in the near future.
And like I say, when you put a skate where you land all your jumps, then it becomes, well, how much flow and glide? She has this gorgeous aesthetic across the ice, and then with time she'll have that deeper knee bend to create more flow, because as beautiful as the aesthetic is, it's the flow and the glide that'll push that skating skills component up and out of the 6s into the 7s, which is what she'll be looking for.
And she does carry good flow into the jump, but not out of the jumps yet. At least in this performance. We shouldn't judge that overall because maybe this was just a really rough performance for her. So here are the scores for Polina. Free program score of 94.77. That is 3rd in the free program. You can see her nodding her head with a 150.03, which will put Polina currently into 2nd place overall. She understands. She knows that this had some challenges on the landings, and that was costly. Our next competitor represents Canada, 16-year-old Uliana Shiryaeva, 8th after the short program. First junior Grand Prix event. You need a 95.11 to take the lead.
Canada's Uliana Shiryaeva coming back strong. I popped first triple lutz, and then triple lutz, Euler triple salto, and a triple flip plus triple toe. The last jumping pass in the program, demonstrating obviously some very many run-throughs in training to be able to nail that big jumping combo at the end of the program.
Well, Uliana is very consistent in competition and in practice and doesn't pop very often, so that was a little bit unusual. 6 elements are under review. They're going to do the same thing with all these skaters to check to make sure that the rotation is clear, and they're doing that consistently throughout. There's the double axel, good flow there. Needs more speed for sure throughout this program. Triple flip, had a good save on that. The triple loop, well done. And here is the triple lutz, Euler, patience, push up, and we'll see whether that is under rotated or not. Clearance so far on all the elements, that's good, but we'll need to carry more speed, and you'll see that, of course, in the final group, the speed in which the Koreans and the Japanese skaters. There's the triple flip, triple toe loop, good save on the landing of that as well. And here's that back layback.
Oh, so nice.
Not easy, but well done. Yeah, so nicely done.
And I was surprised, actually.
Good job.
Given the speed going into the triple flip, that I didn't assume it would become a triple-triple combination. So it's interesting that the lack or lower speed could be a whole number of factors where a skater would curtail their speed and maybe feel a little bit safer, a little bit more secure. Maybe it's just sheer, physical conservation of their energy. But you have to assume that now this Uliana Shiryaeva in her Junior Grand Prix experience will now go back and think, right, here we go to get into that top group. Put on the gas.
She has to. I mean, she can do the same elements the last group can do, but not at the speed, and not yet with the connection to the music as well. So there's lots to work on, but this is a very good debut on the Junior Grand Prix for her. So now we'll see how determined she is to move to that top level. You can't be safe anymore, or as safe on those slower entries. You've got to really move it through, and she will. She's determined, she's focused, she's a hard worker.
And it's so interesting, the technical element score and the program component scores almost equal for Uliana at this stage. 45 for the technical, 46 potentially for the program components.
Yeah, program components in the mid-5s, so need to up that for sure, and that'll come in time. Free program score for Uliana, 92.01. That is 4th in the free program with a total competition score of 147.27. And that'll put Uliana currently into 3rd place overall. 6 skaters to come. We'll take a look at the standings there, Mark.
Yeah,
this is the one. Oh no, what am I talking about? Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, listen, this is my second overnight job here, right?
So a warrior surviving that schedule.
Not well though, obviously. So not keeping my eyes on the schedule here. The final group number 6 on the ice for the warm-up. And oh boy, are we going to see some great skaters here.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this all unfolds. And just looking ahead on my screen now to see who will be competing next week in Osaka, and that'll be the chance to see the reigning junior world champion Mao Shimada. And so I'm sure she and others have their eyes on what happens here in Istanbul and get a gauge for the top scores to be expected.
Well, that'll be an exciting competition, no question.
Yeah, showing how trained the Koreans are, that within the first 30 seconds, triple jumps being popped off as sheer warm-up. And
that's a really good point. You do not see it. As we watched in the practice sessions last week in Linz, and the Japanese skaters just got off the plane and came and did their shorts in their free program. Their warm-up didn't have doubles. It just starts with triples. So you don't have to go, oh, well, I need to do this first, I need to do that, and then all of a sudden you run out of time. So they have trained these athletes to be paired and make triple jumps just automatic.
And which is so impressive, and a testament to their quality jump technique, their efficient jump technique, but also I'd love to know how much time is devoted in training, how much training time that they do have per day, and then how much of that is devoted to skating skills, and then to composition of program, and then to spin grades of execution, because it's evident that all those factors that contribute to this 3.5-minute program are really well honed.
Well, I would think that most of the skating programs or clubs in Japan have a priority on skating skills because they can't get out of their country if you don't have that, no matter how many jumps you do. So that's number one on the priority list. And that probably started very early on your 6, 7, and 8-year-old young children of the skating skills and the qualities of that. Drill, 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 drill. Because if you have that foundation, you don't need to worry about fear when it comes to, entering a triple Lutz at a good speed.
And it's really getting that brain space around relishing more speed, wanting to create speed. And that's so many of these skaters now, if I look at the age range, we've got 16, 13, 16, 15, they're young athletes, but they're very well educated. They would have to be educated. They would have to understand, almost a comprehension of the bullet points for the grades of execution for the skaters or the reduction for errors chart. They'll have to be so astute because they know they need that kind of quality on each element and that kind of quality in the components if they're going to stand a chance of being a top medalist at Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, I want to go back to the word speed. Why speed is important is because speed actually is momentum. And if you already have that momentum and you execute it with your timing, then the energy on a jump is less. And so, and it gives you flow in and flow out. So utilizing speed as a positive thing for you early on in your career is going to help you all the way through. So physically, the program is going to be a little easier because the momentum is helping you take to the jumps as opposed to fighting off for landing. So that's just something that's very smart to teach the children very early on. Not reckless speed, but certainly not crawling on the ice either.
Yeah, and so as you so rightly say, the speed creates the components, and then every one of those jumps, the judges bullet points, very good height and very good length. Good length in a jump is only possible dependent upon the speed you take in. They then have the next bullet point, good takeoff and landing. A good landing is only going to be given if the speed coming out of it. And then an effortlessness throughout. And effortlessness only comes from that free-flowing glide across the ice. So it totally marries up.
Well said.
Ooh. Oh, hello. Triple axel, triple toe, easy breezy. Such a fascinating discussion point. Yujae Kim and her twin sister, her mother signed them up for skating when they were 8 years old to improve their health. So these two twins that are showcasing some of the best jumping passes, as we see Yujae go again. Oh, just a pop taxel that time, but their mother signed them up to improve their health. I don't know if she quite knew that signing them up to ice skating lessons was going to make them stars on the international skating scene on the Junior Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you never know when you're kids. You just want to keep them busy. So you sign them up for something. You're going, I wasn't intending to do it to go this far, but here they are.
Yeah, you often wonder if, when they sign their precious child up for a skating lesson, if they had any comprehension of the time, life, financial commitments that the sport dictates. But the pride is priceless. Like, can't imagine the pride of the parents.
Thank gosh they don't know, because if they did, they may not. But when you see a passion in your child, you have to help follow their dream.
Even there from Yujae Kim, the walkthrough of the single lutz, just the technique and the way in which she did that, the comprehension of why would she have jumped that single lutz like that with the feet parallel, it really fascinates me. All the technical approach. It's not a case of these skaters being taught to take off for a single lutz and then told do 2 turns in there or 3 turns in there. There'll be so much analysis of technique en route to making triples possible with good GOE.
Well, that's your discussion next week or the week after with the coaches. Ask them why. Why are you doing what you're doing? And here we go. The final group. This is group number 6. I've got that now. As they clear the ice on their warm-up. Final words of focus and encouragement, just key words to help the skater through the program. Eye contact between skater and coach. Nicely done. The first skater in the final group, Sophia Stepcenko of Latvia, 16 years old, 6th after the short program, second junior Grand Prix season. Needs a 93.59 to take the lead. She has a 104.02 at the European Championships in seniors last year, so certainly has the ability to meet that score right here, right now.
Well, Latvia's Sophia Stepcenko flies the flag for European skaters in this top group after the short program in the women's competition. And what a fighter she is. And I think, Ted, that wasn't a case of nerves or anxiety. That was just not the comfy skate that she would hope for.
Yeah, having to save a number of those elements. And as we've seen with all the other skaters, there are 5 elements under review. They're wanting to be very consistent to make sure they apply the same rules on the under rotations and the rotations and spins as well. As we take a look at the triple flip, you can see a little bit far back on the blade, but gets the free leg back to get into the toe loop. There's another triple lutz fast in the air up into the double toe. So not the quality that I'm most certain she can do, but she's getting the job done.
And quick
Triple salto, that was
there
nice.
to
Yeah,
come back
really
from the
quick.
landing. Like there, that to another skater would have been a fall. She was quick to salvage stuff.
Oh, yeah, that ankle drop, but she stepped into a spread eagle. Good save on that. Very strong skater. And she was aware when things were slightly off and made the adjustment to hang on. And that's another skill, knowing that you're off, but saving it, making sure that you don't drop too many points in the GOE.
And, you know, that could be, you know, she's a European Championship, World Championship competitor, so it's partly experience, it's partly training. And Pikachu, it was interesting in the performance. I saw Pikachu yesterday. Today, our coach held the cuddly toy, and the coach cuddled it and cradled it, I think, as the coach lived through the performance. It seems to be as much there for the coach as it is for the skater.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 104.02 is her personal best in the free program. May not quite reach that score, but I think it'd be pretty good. She just needs a 93.59 to take the lead. And I think with that, on the strength of that program, that is definitely possible.
And it's quite good to think that she's close to her personal best, and yet that performance, which was a demonstration of real grit and character, I think she could probably have. She didn't get the triple out, so there's a lot of potential growth for this season for Sophia Stepcenko scores.
Absolutely, those scores should grow quite nicely throughout the season. So we take a look at the free program score here in the Junior Grand Prix. For Sophia, 100.63, so that's okay. That's first in the free program with a nice hug from the coach. And a relief, 157.41 as Sophia Stepcenko from Latvia takes over the lead. 5 skaters to come. Our next competitor represents Japan. 13-year-old Rena Uezono, 4th after the short program. And Rena will need a 93.78 to take the lead.
Well,
so charming,
isn't it? And
really.
We know the Japanese skaters are wonderful. We know to expect quality. But Rena Uezono, the advanced novice champion from Japan, has just showcased a uniqueness that makes her a real potential star. And I am sure the Japanese skating fans who are so well educated might fall in love with this young skater.
Well, a very innovative, very interesting choreography and piece of music, and it was just brilliant because it separates her in the type of performance from the other competitors here. And it wasn't completely difficult to do. It was just well-timed and well-delivered. There's a triple left, triple toe, double toe. Amazing. Great speed across the ice. We talk about that. Look at the speed going in and going out. No tight landing curves. See how big that curve is on that landing to a sliding stop? Covering the ice straight down, not hooking around the corner. So important. And that is generated by speed going into the element. Momentum.
Absolutely, and it was evident. That's what's evident from the start. You know, the skating skills, immediately the judge's impression is, right, this skate is going to be in the sevens. Just almost from the offset, you know you're looking at a skater in the 7s out of 10 in the components. And yeah, I'm not surprised to see Chiara. She's emotive, she's expressive, she's got a broad spectrum already in her ability to convey emotion. And Mihoko Higuchi, the coach, has been with so many great seniors over the years, and she was involved with Shoma Uno. And no surprise then that she's responsible for some of this greatness as well.
Really nice and fresh. I mean, all the Japanese skaters are wonderful, and I don't say they're the same. They're not the same. They're all different. But this girl, this young woman, is different and innovative at this stage. 124.07, great score for Rena, and that puts obviously first in the free program with a 187.71 for the competition. She not only takes over the lead, but she sets a standard which the following skaters are going to have to meet. Look at that. 30-point lead at this point for very good skaters yet to come. And there is skater number 1, 16-year-old Elyce Lin-Gracey from the United States, coached by Tammy Gamble, 5th after the short program. A 105.48 personal best. And she would need a 127.97. She'll need to skate clean for sure. She skates to Anna's theme.
Well, what a skate for the American Elyce Lin-Gracey. And if the only mistake was a bobble on a spiral in the choreo sequence, she can come away from this event really satisfied.
Well, in that upper left-hand box, every single box was green. There was a lot of green in that box. That means the positive GOE. What a great skate, you know, amongst a very tough group. And this young woman came on the ice. And you could tell, like, she was completely in a zone. She wasn't hoping, she wasn't guessing, she was simply doing. And that was beautiful. Here, let's take a look at some of that. Look at the speed going in, across the ice, and flow on the landing. A little bit of a tight landing on the Salchow. Here's triple Salchow, a little bit forward on that as well. But great flow going into that triple loop, and some speed coming out. Good speed coming down the ice on the triple flip. You know, that was beautifully straight up in the air, followed by a double axel, double toe. And then later in the program, another beautiful triple flip, double toe loop combination. Really strong technical program and nice connection with the music too, Mark.
Yeah, and he gorgeous Ina Bauer, and I thought she really fought for the rotation on the later flip and lutz, and you could tell she was really keen to make sure that there weren't going to be rotational calls. She's knowledgeable to the fact that can adversely impact so much. And we've seen so many very refined young American female skaters, but not always able to deliver. And this clean skate for Elyce Lin-Gracey really sets her down as a contender to be the leading junior American female.
Yeah, it's just a solid performance, and you can see once again, I love it. The athlete is doing the thinking and the talking and the analyzing. The coach, Tammy, is taking that in and smiling because she's watching her student analyze. You love that as a coach. They're thinking about it and talking. Let's take a look at the scores. It should be pretty good. 105 is her personal best. And she has a 119.41 with a nice, delicate nod of approval with a 179.16. That'll put her currently into second place overall. Can't do much better than that. That was wonderful at this stage of her career. Simply brilliant. Nicely done. Well, we were looking at last year's world bronze medalist, the champion in Bangkok in week 1 on the Junior Grand Prix. 15-year-old Ami Nakai from Japan. She'll need a 120.65 to take the lead. She has a 123.16 in Bangkok on week 1, so she can do it, skating to Glimmer of Faith and Only Hope by Mandy Moore.
Well, oh gosh, Ted, it's going to be very interesting. She managed the objective. Objective was the triple axel, which she was so disappointed not to have nailed 2 weeks ago in Bangkok. But then the success in that opening element wasn't backed up with a triple-triple. Neither the triple Lutz, triple toe, or the triple flip, or the triple salchow. So she does have a couple of points in hand for the components over young Rena Uezono, but
yeah, those doubles coming on the back end of a triple jump, meant to be triples, popped them. You could see just popping open quickly. Didn't destroy the flow of the element, no problem, but she left some points on the table. We don't know to what degree that will affect the end. There's the triple axel. That's nice and clean. A 9.37 points for that one element. There's the triple loop up into the double axel. Starts out pretty well. There's the triple. That's the double toe. You can see her open up, but keep it going. Smart adjustment. But unfortunately, missed again a rotation there on the double sow. She intended to do triple sow count. There's triple Lutz a little bit later. Beautiful skater, wonderful. But you know, at this stage and at this level, you need every point you can get. Left a couple on the ice.
Yeah, it really interesting, and such is the depth of the field. I think the skating skills are stronger than that of young Rena, but the triple Lutz, triple toe, double toe that Rena opened with, her first element, that was 13 points, as opposed to, as amazing as the triple axel is, that was 9.3 by the time that the GOE was factored in. So, you know, it's been a big focus for her, and she must know that she needs triple axel and potentially quads to compete with Mao Shimada, but as we've said, can't throw away anything in this game.
Personal best is 136. She'll need a 120.65 to take the lead. And she has it. It's the season's best, 127.58. That's first in the free program so far. Two skaters to come with a 194.65 as Ami Nakai takes over the lead. We'll have to wait. There are two Korean skaters coming up right now.
That's interesting.
There she is. 15-year-old Seojin Youn from Korea. Second Junior Grand Prix season, 7th in the Korean CN Nationals, second after the short program. She'll need a 128.68 to take the lead. Her personal best was last season at a 97.52, but obviously she'll earn much more than that. She will skate to Tennessee and War from Pearl Harbor.
Seojin Youn from Korea.
Yeah, you just feel for these skaters who have high expectations and demand a lot from themselves. You knew as a skater, she knows as a skater, you can't make a mistake in this final group. And skated great up to the first mistake, was right on top of her game, but yeah.
And the speed at the start made me think, you know, she's potentially got the components if she can deliver in the technical score. Choreo sequence also excellent, as was Min Seok Kwon from the same coach. Here we go.
Huge triple lutz, triple toe loop. That is under rotated. The system, the triple toe loop, the triple flip, double axel. Carries the speed very nicely through this triple loop. Good speed in, across the ice into a twizzle, and then here's the lutz. And under rotated, didn't get the free leg out in time. It really didn't have enough lift, so couldn't get all the way around. And then the popped triple flip, jabbing that pick in a little bit too early. And had to fight back with some of the elements a little bit later in the program. Such a good skater. 2 mistakes, costly in the final group.
Again, as we've touched on before, as we see some impressive spinning capabilities, and again, like I said, the choreo sequence, you know, had some unique novelty in it as well. But the problem when you're coming from a skating nation like Korea for Seojin Youn is that the expectations are so high, and so she's quite brilliant. Gorgeous outside spread eagle, combinations of split jump, stack jump, and then the sliding move, just fantastic. But just can't make a mistake unless she had a big power element like a triple axel or a quad. Then
yes.
Yeah.
Then there's a little bit of room should you do that difficult element. But when you have the, not that this is easy, because none of this is easy, but when you have no triple axel and you have the triple lutz, all that, you need to do them all. And then you need to really sell it in the connection with the music and the program components, etc. And so, you know, we feel, you know, sorry for this young skater who's so brilliant.
Yeah.
Not her day today, but she'll have many great ones in the future. We wait for the scores. Personal best 97.52. She'll certainly beat that. A 109.79. That is fourth in the free program with a total competition score of 175.77. So that will put her currently into fourth place overall. With one skater to go, and that one skater is her colleague and teammate, who's coming up right now, 14-year-old Yujae Kim. Now, this young woman has a triple axel, triple toe loop plan, and should she do that plus skate the program clean, she can climb that 2 points that she's behind Amina Kai of Japan, but she will have to skate clean as well. She needs a 129.33 to win this competition, to earn the 15 points. But it has to be clean. She'll skate to Avatar, the Way of Water.
Yujae Kim concludes the women's event, and this young woman was picked to a medal at Junior Worlds 6 months ago by Amina Kai, and that event she landed the triple axel. I don't think she's going to be able to dethrone Amina Kai here for sure.
Yeah, and the question will be, can she hang on to a medal? Because there wasn't a huge difference. We have Elyce Lin-Gracey in third right now, who had skated the clean program. We'll have to take a look at what these scores are going to be. Here's a triple axel, tight around the corner, zip right around on a big lean, under-rotated, landing forward, downgraded with a fall. And that is so costly by itself, let alone another fall a little bit later in the program. Right there. Points beginning to disappear. Very needed points to stay on the podium. She'll need a 113.84 to take the bronze and a 122 to take silver. It's going to be close.
And it's such an interesting story. Obviously, she was just picked to a Junior World Bronze medal, but now this season she's only been given one Junior Grand Prix assignment. Her sister has been given two, and her sister's just medaled at her assignment. So, you kind of want sibling parity for Yujae Kim. And
certainly, mom and dad will want that.
yeah, exactly. And we can vouch for Yujae Kim. We saw that triple axel, triple toe in warm up, looking easy. So she's got it in her technical arsenal, just not today.
Highly skilled, no question. Here are the scores. .118.32. That is fourth in the free program. Total competition score 183.65. So Yujae Kim grabs the bronze and grabs the 11 points. And as we take a look at the top 5 skaters, 2 from Korea, 2 from Japan, 1 American. A little bit of a smile on the kiss and cry. I think the medal, the bronze, helped that out.
Yeah, damage limitation.
They're good skaters. So, aren't they beautiful, young, talented figure skaters at the best? Now we'll look at the final standings. Amina Kai of Japan takes the title, 194.65, followed by Rena Uezono and Yujae Kim. As we take a look at the rest of the field in this event, and this does now conclude day number 2. Mark, how you feeling?
Yeah, excited to speak to the winners of the event. It'll be exciting to chat to the champions in the pairs, and the winner Amina Kai. She will now have undoubtedly booked her ticket to the Grand Prix final, the first to secure that place. So exciting celebration for that Japanese skater.
Well, one of the great aspects of our job is to get to interview the champions, and good luck with that. I know you'll enjoy that. So that concludes our coverage here of day 2 competition from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us tomorrow for the free dance and the men's free.
sorry, honestly. We forgot that we are using our camera also.
Don't worry. Cameras are more than
Do it tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.